Welcome to Ranger Screams. If you're looking for something to listen to that helps you sleep, or something to listen to while working, then you're in the right place. Before the video starts, make sure to leave a like and write any comment. I reply to all comments. Our goal is to reach as many likes and comments as possible. Thank you for your time. And now let's begin. My name's Clive Donaghy, and this all happened in 1998 just outside Skagway, Alaska. Now, I'm not exactly the adventurous type. Truth be told, the outdoors and I had an agreement. I'd stay indoors and it wouldn't bother me. But that year, my cousin Jess changed everything. It started with a phone call on a rainy Tuesday in April. I was holed up in my Seattle apartment tapping away at code for a software company that paid well enough but bored me senseless. "Clive, I've got the most incredible plan," Jess practically shouted through the receiver. "Alaska. You and me, 2 weeks in May." I laughed. "You've got the wrong cousin. Maybe try Mark? He's the one who climbs mountains for fun." "No, it has to be you," she insisted. "When's the last time you did something that scared you? Something that made you feel alive?" The truth was, I couldn't remember. My life had become a series of predictable routines: work, takeout, sleep, repeat. Even my weekends followed a script. Laundry on Saturday mornings, groceries in the afternoon, maybe a movie if I was feeling wild. "Look," Jess continued, her voice softening, "Dad's cancer is back. The doctors are giving him 6 months, maybe less. Uncle Terry, the man who'd taught me to fish when my own father was too busy climbing the corporate ladder. The one who'd taken me in for a summer when my parents were splitting up." "I'm sorry, Jess. I didn't know. He's been asking about you. Says he wants to hear stories about his nephew finally living a little." She paused. This trip was his idea, actually. He wanted to go himself, and that's how she got me. Not with adventure or promises of life-changing experiences, but with guilt and family obligation. The Donaghy Special. 2 weeks later, I found myself in a cramped bush plane heading for Skagway, my stomach performing acrobatics with each pocket of turbulence. Jess sat beside me, her face pressed against the window like a kid at a candy store. "Look at that," she kept saying, pointing at glaciers and mountain ranges that all looked the same to me. "Isn't it magnificent?" What was magnificent was how easily she'd convinced me to take 2 weeks off work. How I'd spent nearly $1,000 on gear I'd probably never use again. How I was voluntarily flying to a place where bears considered humans an appetizer. We landed on a strip of dirt that generously called itself an airfield. The pilot, a grizzled man named Burke with a face like weathered leather, helped unload our gear. "First time in Alaska?" he asked, eyeing my pristine hiking boots and brand new backpack. "Is it that obvious?" He chuckled. "Just remember, everything up here is trying to kill you. The weather, the wildlife, the terrain. Respect it all, and you might make it back in one piece." Jess rolled her eyes. "Don't scare him, Burke. We're sticking to marked trails." Burke's expression darkened. "Even the marked trails have teeth up here, miss. Especially around Tongass." "We'll be careful," Jess assured him. But Burke just shook his head and climbed back into his plane. We spent that night in a local hostel, a place that smelled of damp wool and pine. Jess spread maps across the wooden table, tracing routes with her finger and talking about landmarks I'd never heard of. I half listened, more focused on the framed newspaper clipping near the entrance. "Third hiker missing in Tongass. Search called off. Dated just last summer." "You're not even listening," Jess sighed, folding her map. "Sorry. Just wondering if this is really such a good idea." She reached across the table and squeezed my hand. "Look, I know the outdoors isn't your thing, but I need this, Clive. Dad needs this. After everything he did for us." "Yeah, I know." I forced a smile. "So what's the plan?" Jess's face lit up. "We start at Davidson Trail, head east through Tongass, camp for 3 nights, then loop back to town. Simple, beautiful, and totally doable, even for a computer nerd." "And the bears?" "That's what the bear spray is for." She patted her pack. "Besides, you don't have to outrun the bear. You just have to outrun me." I laughed despite myself. Comforting. That night, I dreamed of Uncle Terry. He was standing in the forest, motioning for me to follow him deeper into the trees. But each time I got close, he would retreat further, his face growing more gaunt, more skeletal with each step. "You have to see it to understand," he kept saying. "You have to see it." I woke up sweating, the hostel quiet except for Jess's soft snoring from the bunk above. Outside, a heavy fog had settled over Skagway, wrapping the small town in a ghostly shroud. For a moment I considered waking Jess, telling her I'd changed my mind, that we should go home. But I thought of Uncle Terry, of the disappointment in his eyes if I backed out now. So I lay there, listening to the distant foghorn from the harbor, counting the hours until dawn. Morning came gray and damp. We ate a hearty breakfast at a local diner, where the waitress, a woman named Martha with kind eyes and a knowing smile, loaded our plates with extra bacon. "Heading into Tongass?" she asked, refilling my coffee without waiting for an answer. "Just for a few days," Jess replied cheerfully. Martha nodded slowly. "Stay on the trails, you hear? That forest. It doesn't like visitors much." "What do you mean?" I asked, but Martha just smiled tightly and moved to another table. Jess rolled her eyes. "Locals love their spooky stories. Keeps the tourists on their toes." But as we shouldered our packs and headed toward the trailhead, I couldn't shake Martha's warning, or the dream of Uncle Terry, beckoning me deeper into the trees. The trail started innocently enough, a well-marked path winding through spruce and hemlock. Jess set a brisk pace, pointing out plants and bird calls as we walked. Despite my initial reluctance, I found myself enjoying the crisp air and the rhythm of our footsteps. "See?" Jess said, nudging me. "Not so bad, right?" I had to admit, she was right. There was something peaceful about being disconnected from emails and deadlines. Something freeing about having only one task, put one foot in front of the other. Little did I know that peace would be shattered in less than 24 hours. That soon, putting one foot in front of the other would be the difference between life and death. That Tongass National Forest was about to show us exactly why locals like Martha spoke of it in hushed, reverent tones, and why some visitors never returned to tell their tales. We hadn't been hiking more than 3 hours when things took a strange turn. The forest had been alive with sound, birdsong, rustling leaves, the occasional scurrying of unseen creatures, when suddenly, everything stopped. The silence hit me like a physical force, pressing against my eardrums. I paused mid-step. "Jess, wait," she turned, eyebrows raised. "What's up?" "Listen." She tilted her head. "I don't hear anything." "Exactly." I scanned the trees surrounding us. No birds, no insects, nothing. The forest stood motionless around us, the dense canopy blocking much of the midday sun. Shadows pooled between tree trunks like spilled ink. Not even the wind disturbed the heavy stillness. Jess shrugged, adjusting her pack. "Probably just a predator nearby. Bears, maybe wolves. Animals go quiet when there's danger." "That's supposed to make me feel better?" She laughed, but it sounded forced. "Relax, city boy. This is normal." But her eyes darted nervously between the trees and she quickened her pace as we continued along the trail. I followed close behind, the hairs on my neck prickling with each step. The silence persisted for another mile, unbroken save for our footfalls, and increasingly labored breathing as the trail steepened. Then, just as abruptly as it had fallen, the silence lifted. Birds resumed their calls, leaves rustled in a gentle breeze, and the forest seemed to exhale. "See?" Jess said, relief evident in her voice. "Told you it was nothing." But I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched, observed, evaluated. Around midday, we stopped in a small clearing to rest and eat. Jess pulled out her map, plotting our progress with a pencil. "We're making good time," she said between bites of her energy bar. "Should reach the campsite by 4 if we keep this pace." I nodded, only half listening. My attention had been caught by something across the clearing, an unusual configuration of broken branches about 20 feet up a spruce tree. "Jess," I said slowly, "does that look like a nest to you?" She followed my gaze. "Too big for a bird's nest." "Eagle, maybe?" She shook her head. "Wrong shape. Eagles build wide, flat nests. That's more like..." She trailed off, frowning. "Like what?" "I don't know. Almost like someone piled branches up there. But that doesn't make sense." We stared at the structure for a long moment. It resembled a crude platform, with walls rising about 3 feet on all sides, large enough to hold a human or something of similar size. "Let's keep moving," Jess said finally, stuffing her map back into her pocket. "I want to reach the campsite before dark." As we continued, the trail grew less defined, branches and roots encroaching from all sides. Twice we had to backtrack after following what appeared to be the path, only to find it petering out into impenetrable underbrush. "I don't understand," Jess muttered, consulting her map for the 3rd time in an hour. "This should be clearly marked." "Maybe we should turn back," I suggested. "Try a different trail tomorrow." She shook her head stubbornly. "No, this is the right way. The trail's just overgrown. It happens." The afternoon wore on, the forest growing denser, the light dimmer. We passed more of the strange branch structures in the trees, some even larger than the first. I counted 7 before I stopped pointing them out, not wanting to further agitate Jess, whose cheerful demeanor had given way to tense concentration. Then we found the deer. The clearing appeared suddenly, a perfect circle in the otherwise dense forest. At its center lay the remains of what had once been a deer, now little more than scattered pieces across blood-darkened earth. The animal had been systematically dismembered, its parts arranged in a grotesque display, legs in one pile, organs in another, spine stretched out in a straight line pointing due north. "Jesus," I whispered, bile rising in my throat. Jess stood frozen, her face pale. "That's not, bears don't kill like that." "Wolves?" She shook her head slowly. "Wolves tear and consume. This is deliberate, methodical." I stepped closer, fighting my urge to run. The precision of the dismemberment was disturbing enough, but something else caught my eye. The ground around the carcass was undisturbed. No drag marks, no signs of struggle, as if the deer had been killed elsewhere and carefully placed here, or as if it had been killed by something that left no trace. "We need to leave," I said, backing away. Now, for once, Jess didn't argue. We turned to retrace our steps, only to find that the trail we'd followed into the clearing was gone. Where there had been a visible path between two large spruce trees now stood an unbroken wall of vegetation. "That's impossible," Jess whispered. "We just came from there." We circled the clearing, searching for the trail, but every direction looked identical. Dense, impenetrable forest. The sun was beginning to set, casting long shadows that seemed to reach for us like grasping fingers. "We must have gotten turned around," Jess said, her voice trembling slightly. "Let's try this way." We pushed through the underbrush, branches scratching our faces and tearing at our clothes. After 20 minutes of difficult progress, we emerged into another clearing, identical to the first, down to the dismembered deer at its center. "No," Jess breathed. "This can't be the same place." But it was. The same arrangement of parts, the same blood-stained earth, even the same pattern of trees surrounding the clearing. "We've been walking in circles," I said, panic rising in my chest. Jess pulled out her compass, her hands shaking. "That's not possible. We've been heading due east the whole time." The compass needle spun lazily, never settling on a direction. Jess tapped it, shook it, but the needle continued its aimless rotation. "Something's wrong," she whispered. "Something's very wrong." As if in response, the forest fell silent once more. But this silence was different, heavier, expectant. The air seemed to thicken, making each breath a struggle. I could feel pressure building, like the moment before a thunderstorm breaks. That's when we noticed the tracks. They hadn't been there before, I was certain of it. But now they circled the clearing, massive prints pressed deep into the earth. Each was easily twice the size of my hand, with 5 distinct toe pads and deep indentations where claws had dug into the soil. "What makes tracks like that?" I asked, my voice barely audible. Jess shook her head, her eyes wide with fear. "Nothing I've ever seen." The tracks formed a perfect circle around the clearing, as if whatever had made them had been pacing, watching, waiting. And most disturbing of all, they ended abruptly at the edge of the trees, as if their creator had simply vanished, or was still there, watching us from the shadows. Night was falling rapidly now, the forest darkening around us. We had no choice but to make camp, though neither of us wanted to stay in that clearing. We found a relatively flat spot about 50 yards away, backing our tent against a large boulder that at least protected us from one direction. As Jess set up the tent with shaking hands, I gathered what firewood I could find. Neither of us spoke much, the weight of our situation settling heavily on our shoulders. Lost in an increasingly hostile forest, with night closing in and something unknown tracking our movements, the fire cast wavering light across our small camp, shadows dancing at the edge of the darkness. We huddled close to the flames, jumping at every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves. "It's going to be okay," Jess said eventually, though her voice lacked conviction. "In the morning we'll find the trail again. The compass will work once the sun's up." I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. We ate a cold dinner, neither of us willing to stray far from the fire's protective circle of light. As we prepared for bed, I noticed Jess had placed her hunting knife within easy reach. "Just in case," she said, following my gaze. "For bears," but we both knew it wasn't bears we were worried about. In the tent, we lay side by side, listening to the night sounds of the forest. The silence had lifted somewhat, replaced by the normal chorus of nocturnal creatures, owls hooting, small animals rustling in the underbrush. Somehow, these familiar sounds were more terrifying than the silence had been, because now, we could hear if something approached. I must have dozed off despite my fear, because I woke suddenly, my heart pounding. The forest had gone silent again. Beside me, Jess was sitting up, her body tense, her hand gripping the hunting knife. "Do you hear that?" she whispered. At first I heard nothing. Then, faintly, A sound reached my ears, a low rhythmic scraping, like claws being dragged deliberately across stone. It was coming from just beyond the boulder against which our tent was pitched. Something was circling our camp. The scraping sound continued, slow and methodical, moving in a wide circuit around our camp. Occasionally it would pause, as if whatever was making it had stopped to listen or smell the air, before resuming its steady circuit. Jess and I sat frozen in the darkness of our tent, barely breathing. The dying embers of our fire cast just enough light for me to see her face, pale, eyes wide, a thin sheen of sweat despite the cool night air. "What is it?" I mouthed silently. She shook her head, clutching the hunting knife so tightly her knuckles whitened. The blade seemed laughably inadequate against whatever was out there, stalking us with such deliberate patience. The scraping stopped abruptly. For several heartbeats there was only silence, heavy and suffocating. Then came a new sound, a deep, rumbling growl that seemed to vibrate through the ground beneath us. It wasn't the growl of a bear or wolf. It was lower, more guttural, with an almost metallic quality that raised the hairs on my arms. Jess's hand found mine in the darkness, squeezing so hard it hurt. Neither of us dared move, scarcely even blinked as we strained to track the creature's movements by sound alone. Soft footfalls circled our tent, too soft for something that had left such massive tracks. It moved with an unnatural grace, each step precisely placed. I had the unsettling impression it was testing our defenses, looking for weaknesses. Then the footsteps stopped directly in front of our tent. Through the thin nylon I could make out a massive silhouette, backlit by the faint glow of our dying fire. It stood upright, at least 7 feet tall, with a broad chest and unnaturally long arms that hung below where its knees should be. For what felt like an eternity, it simply stood there, watching us. I could feel its gaze like a physical weight, pressing against me, evaluating. Then, slowly, deliberately, it lowered itself to all fours, bringing its face level with ours. I could see its breath fogging the cool air, could smell its odor, like wet fur and copper and something else, something ancient and wrong. It pressed its snout against the tent fabric, inhaling deeply, and I knew it was memorizing our scent. Beside me, Jess trembled, tears streaming silently down her face. I wasn't in much better shape, my own cheeks wet, my body rigid with terror. This close, I could hear the creature's breathing, not the heavy panting of a normal predator, but measured, almost thoughtful breaths. It knew we were there. It knew we were afraid. And it was savoring our fear. A low, clicking sound emanated from its throat, like bones being rattled together. Then, without warning, it reared back and let out a piercing shriek that cut through the night like a blade. The sound was unlike anything I'd ever heard. Part animal scream, part grinding metal, wholly inhuman. The shock of it broke our paralysis. Jess scrambled for the flashlight, flicking it on and aiming the beam through the tent wall. For a split second, I caught a glimpse of our stalker, a broad, animal-like face with a long snout and reflective eyes that gleamed blood red in the light. Then it was gone, darting away with impossible speed. "We have to get out of here," Jess whispered urgently. "Now, while it's gone." "Gone where?" I hissed back. "It's pitch black out there." "It's coming back," she insisted. "It's just testing us. Next time it won't stop at looking." She was already stuffing essentials into her small day pack. Water bottle, compass, knife, flashlight. I followed suit, hands shaking so badly I could barely zip the pack closed. "Leave the tent," she instructed. "Everything else too. Just take what you can carry and run." "Run where? We're lost, remember? Anywhere but here." We listened carefully for several minutes, straining to detect any sign of the creature's return. The forest remained eerily silent, as if holding its breath. "On 3, Jess whispered, hand poised on the tent zipper. 1, 2, 3. She yanked the zipper up and we burst from the tent, flashlight beams cutting wild arcs through the darkness. The night air hit us like a wall, cold and damp against our fear-heated skin. Our fire had died to faintly glowing coals, casting just enough light to outline the clearing's edge. For a moment we stood paralyzed, flashlights sweeping the tree line for any sign of the creature. Nothing moved in the darkness. "This way," Jess decided, pointing east, or what she thought was east given our compass troubles. "Stay close to me." We moved quickly but cautiously, painfully aware of how exposed we were. Every shadow seemed to hide a threat, every rustle of leaves a potential attack. The forest pressed in around us, trees looming like silent sentinels. We'd gone perhaps 50 yards when a cracking sound behind us made us whirl around. Something large was moving through the underbrush, heading directly for us. Without a word, we broke into a run, abandoning caution for speed. Branches whipped at our faces, roots threatened to trip us with every step. I could hear the creature behind us, gaining ground with each stride. Its movements were fluid and purposeful, crashing through obstacles that slowed us down. "There," Jess gasped, pointing ahead. Through the trees, I could make out a structure. Some kind of building, dark and weathered but unmistakably man-made. Hope surged through me, giving my tired legs new strength. We burst from the tree line into a small clearing where a hunting cabin stood, its windows dark, its door hanging slightly ajar. Without hesitation, we raced for it, the sounds of pursuit growing louder behind us. I risked a glance over my shoulder and immediately wished I hadn't. The creature was at the edge of the clearing, its massive form silhouetted against the night. It moved with a loping gait, partly on all fours but occasionally rising to its hind legs with unsettling fluidity. Its proportions were all wrong. Limbs too long, head too large for its body, movements too quick for its size. Jess reached the cabin first, shoving the door open and pulling me inside after her. We slammed it shut, fumbling with the rusty bolt as something heavy hit the other side. The entire cabin shuddered with the impact. Wood splintered, but the door held. "Help me!" Jess cried, dragging a heavy wooden table toward the door. I threw my weight behind it, and together we barricaded the entrance. Not a moment too soon, another impact hit the door, harder this time. The wood creaked ominously, but the table braced it, preventing it from bursting inward. The creature circled the cabin, testing each wall, each window. We ran from point to point, reinforcing vulnerabilities as best we could. The single window was quickly barricaded with an old bookshelf. The rear door, half rotted, was strengthened with chairs wedged under the handle. Then came a terrible moment of stillness. The attack stopped. The creature went quiet. We stood in the center of the cabin, flashlights pointed at different walls, listening intently. "Maybe it gave up," I whispered, hope creeping into my voice despite everything. Jess shook her head. "It's thinking. Planning." She was right. A scratching sound started at the roof, gentle at first, then more insistent. Dust and debris rained down as something heavy moved across the old shingles. The whole structure creaked under the weight. "It's trying to come through the roof," I realized with horror. Jess's flashlight beam darted around the cabin, searching frantically for anything that might help us. It landed on a rifle mounted on the far wall. "Cover me," she said, moving toward it. I kept my light trained on the ceiling, tracking the creature's movements by sound and the shower of dirt it dislodged. The scratching stopped directly above the center of the cabin, replaced by a rhythmic thumping, like the creature was testing the strength of the roof beams. Jess returned with the rifle, her expression grimly determined. "It's loaded. One shot. Do you even know how to use that thing? Point and pull the trigger. How hard can it be?" A sharp crack from above cut off any response I might have made. One of the roof beams had given way, creating a small opening. A long, clawed appendage snaked through the gap, feeling blindly for purchase. Jess raised the rifle, aiming at the probing limb. "Get ready to run if this doesn't work." "Run where?" "Anywhere but here." The claw retracted suddenly, and for a moment we thought the creature had retreated. Then the entire center section of the roof collapsed inward in a shower of wood and dust. Jess fired the rifle at the dark shape descending with the debris, the muzzle flash briefly illuminating a nightmare. Matted fur, elongated limbs, a face that combined the worst features of wolf and bear, with too many teeth crammed into a jaw that hinged far wider than should have been possible. The creature shrieked, more in rage than pain, twisting in midair to land on all fours just feet from us. In the beam of our flashlights, I could see the bullet had grazed its shoulder, leaving a shallow furrow that oozed dark, viscous fluid. It shook itself, eyes gleaming with malevolent intelligence, and let out a low, rumbling growl that seemed to vibrate through my very bones. We backed away slowly, Jess still holding the now useless rifle like a club. "The back door," she whispered. "On 3. The creature's head tilted, as if it understood her words. Its muscles tensed, preparing to spring. "1, Jess breathed. The creature's jaws parted, revealing row upon row of serrated teeth. 2, it crouched lower, claws scraping against the wooden floor. 3, we bolted for the back door, shoving aside the chairs we'd used to barricade it. I yanked the door open as Jess swung the rifle at the advancing creature, buying us precious seconds. We tumbled out into the night, running blindly into the forest. Behind us, the cabin's remaining walls shuddered as the creature burst through them, wood splintering like matchsticks under its rage. Its roar echoed through the trees, promising retribution for our resistance. We ran until our lungs burned and our legs threatened to give out. The forest blurred around us, branches and undergrowth tearing at our clothes. roots threatening to trip us with every step. I had no idea where we were going. Direction had lost all meaning in our desperate flight. Eventually, we collapsed behind a fallen log, gasping for breath, listening for sounds of pursuit. The forest was quiet, but not with the unnatural silence from before. This was the normal quiet of a wilderness night. Distant owl hoots, the rustle of small nocturnal creatures, the gentle sigh of wind through branches. "I think we lost it," Jess panted, clutching her side. I wasn't so sure. The creature had demonstrated intelligence and patience. It might simply be waiting, watching, biding its time. "What was that thing?" I whispered. Jess shook her head, her face pale in the moonlight that filtered through the canopy. "I don't know. Nothing natural. We need to find our way back to Skagway," I said. "Or at least to a marked trail." She nodded, pulling out her compass. To our surprise, the needle steadied, pointing definitively north. "That's good, right?" I asked cautiously. "Maybe." Jess looked troubled. "Or maybe it wants us to go that way." The thought chilled me, that the creature might be hurting us, manipulating our movements as a shepherd does sheep, or as a hunter guides prey into a trap. But we had no better options. Staying put meant certain death when daylight failed again. Moving at least gave us a chance, however slim. "Which way to Skagway?" I asked. Jess studied the compass, then pointed. "Southwest, that way." We set off, keeping our pace deliberate despite the urge to run. Conservation of energy was crucial now. We had no food, limited water, and no idea how far we might need to travel. The rest of the night passed in tense silence, broken only by our careful footsteps and occasional whispered consultations over direction. Every sound made us freeze, every shadow held potential threats. But the creature didn't return, not yet anyway. As dawn broke, casting gray light through the trees, we allowed ourselves a moment of cautious optimism. We'd survived the night. The compass was working again. Perhaps we might make it out of this forest alive after all. Then Jess stopped abruptly, staring ahead with a look of confused horror. "No," she whispered. "No, it's not possible." I followed her gaze and felt my stomach drop. There, in the clearing before us, stood the remains of our camp, our abandoned tent, our scattered supplies, the cold ashes of our fire. Somehow, impossibly, we had circled back to where we started, and in the center of the clearing, arranged with deliberate care, was a circle of bones, deer, bear, and others I couldn't identify. Some looked disturbingly human, but what sent ice through my veins was the item placed carefully at the circle's center. Jess's red bandana, the one she'd been wearing yesterday. The one that should still have been around her neck, except it wasn't. I looked at her, saw her hand rise to her bare throat, saw the realization and terror wash over her face. "It's been ahead of us the whole time," she whispered. The forest fell silent once more. We stood frozen at the edge of the clearing, staring at the bone circle with its centerpiece of Jess's bandana. The morning light did nothing to diminish the horror of the scene. If anything, it made the arrangement more disturbing. Each bone placed with surgical precision, the circle perfectly round, the bandana folded into a neat square at the exact center. "How?" Jess whispered, her hand still at her throat where the bandana should have been. "I was wearing it. I know I was wearing it when we ran from the cabin." I had no answer. The creature had somehow removed it without either of us noticing, a feat that seemed impossible given how alert we'd been all night. "We should check our supplies," I said finally, gesturing toward our abandoned camp. "See if anything's still usable." Jess nodded, though neither of us moved immediately. Entering that clearing felt like stepping into a trap, like playing into the creature's game. But we needed water, food, anything that might help us survive long enough to escape. Cautiously, we approached the camp. Our tent lay in tatters, shredded by powerful claws. Our backpacks had been systematically emptied, their contents scattered and mostly destroyed. Food packages were torn open, their contents missing, water bottles punctured, the first aid kit disassembled, bandages unraveled and strewn about like morbid decorations. "It didn't just wreck our stuff," Jess said quietly. "It examined everything. Methodically." She was right. This wasn't random destruction. Each item had been carefully investigated before being rendered unusable. It reminded me of how a scientist might dissect a specimen: clinical, thorough, purposeful. We salvaged what we could. One partially intact water bottle, a few energy bars that had somehow escaped notice, a small emergency blanket that had been crumpled but not torn. Not much, but better than nothing. As Jess gathered these meager supplies, I found myself drawn to the bone circle. Despite every instinct screaming at me to stay away, I moved closer, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. The bones formed concentric rings, with the smallest bones, likely from rodents and small birds, forming the outermost circle. Moving inward, the bones grew larger: rabbit, fox, deer. The innermost ring consisted of larger mammal bones, bear, moose, and several that looked disturbingly human-like. "Clive," Jess called, her voice tight with warning. "Don't get too close." But I'd already noticed something about the arrangement, something that sent a chill down my spine. The bones weren't just placed randomly, they formed a pattern, a message of sorts. Each bone pointed to the next in a spiraling sequence that drew the eye inexorably toward the center, toward Jess's bandana. And beneath the bandana, half buried in the dirt but clearly visible, was a small, weathered book bound in what looked like leather. "There's something here," I called to Jess, kneeling at the circle's edge. "Don't touch anything," she warned, hurrying over. "It could be another trap." I hesitated, hand outstretched toward the book. She was right, of course. Everything about this situation screamed danger. But something told me this book was important, that it might contain answers, or at least clues to what we were facing. "I think we're meant to find this," I said finally. "By the thing that's been trying to kill us all night. If it wanted us dead, we would be." The realization hit me as I spoke the words. It's had multiple chances. It's playing with us, yes, but it's also communicating. Jess looked skeptical, but didn't stop me as I carefully reached into the circle and lifted the bandana. Nothing happened. No trap sprung. No creature lunged from the trees. I picked up the book, brushing dirt from its cover. It was small, about the size of a passport, with a binding that I now realized with growing horror was human skin, not leather. The cover bore no title, just a series of strange symbols etched into the material. "What is it?" Jess asked, peering over my shoulder. "Some kind of journal, I think." I opened it carefully, the brittle pages crackling under my fingers. The text inside was handwritten in faded ink, the script tight and precise. The first several pages were filled with similar symbols to those on the cover, some kind of code or foreign language. But about halfway through, the writing switched to English. "May 17, 1952. I have been in these woods for 3 weeks now, tracking the creature the locals call the Tongass Shadow. The Tlingit have legends of it dating back centuries, a being that is neither animal nor spirit, but something in between. They say it was here before humans, will be here after we're gone. They leave offerings at the forest's edge, food, trinkets, sometimes blood to appease it. Yesterday I found tracks unlike any known animal. The Forest Service claims they're from a deformed bear, but I know better. Bears don't arrange their kills in ritual circles. Bears don't mimic human speech to lure hunters deeper into the woods. Something is watching me as I write this. I can feel its eyes. It knows I'm hunting it, and I believe it's amused." The next several entries detailed the author's increasingly frantic attempts to both track and evade the creature, which he came to believe was not just hunting him but studying him, testing his intelligence, his resolve, his breaking point. The final entry, dated June 30, 1952, made my blood run cold. "It's been toying with me all along, leading me in circles, leaving signs only to remove them later. Last night it stood outside my tent for hours, just breathing, letting me know it could take me any time it wanted. This morning I found a circle of bones with my watch at the center. The watch I was certain was still on my wrist. I understand now, this isn't its hunting ground, it's a laboratory. We're not prey, we're specimens. I'm leaving this journal in the hope that whoever finds it might understand what they're facing. It doesn't just want your flesh, it wants to understand how you think, how you fear, how you break. It's coming now. I can hear it breathing outside my..." The entry ended abruptly, a long ink streak trailing off the page as if the writer's hand had been suddenly yanked away. The remaining pages were blank, save for a series of dark brown stains that I was certain were blood. Jess and I looked at each other, the full horror of our situation sinking in. We weren't just being hunted, we were being studied. "We need to get out of here," Jess whispered. "Now," I nodded, slipping the journal into my pocket. It might contain information that could help us escape, or at least understand what we were up against. We left the clearing immediately, heading southwest according to Jess's compass. The forest seemed different now, less random, more deliberate in its design. Every fallen log, every twist in the barely visible game trail we followed felt staged, as if the entire environment was part of the creature's experimental apparatus. For hours we walked in tense silence, jumping at every sound, flinching at every shadow. The compass remained consistent, which should have been reassuring but instead felt like part of the game, as if we were being allowed to believe we were making progress. Around midday we stumbled upon a stream, its clear water gurgling over smooth stones. We refilled our water bottle and washed the grime from our faces, the cold water reviving us somewhat. "Do you think we should follow it?" Jess asked, gesturing downstream. "Water usually leads to civilization eventually." I considered this, weighing our options. The compass had been unreliable before. The stream at least offered a consistent direction. "Worth a try," I agreed, "and at least we'll have water." We followed the stream for several miles, its banks providing slightly easier walking than the dense forest. Occasionally we'd spot fish darting in the clear water, tantalizing glimpses of food we had no way to catch. The afternoon wore on, the forest darkening as clouds gathered overhead. A light rain began to fall, pattering against leaves and raising a fine mist from the forest floor. We pulled our jackets tighter, more for psychological comfort than any real protection from the elements. "We should find shelter before dark," Jess said, voicing what we were both thinking. Neither of us wanted to be exposed when night fell. Neither of us wanted to face the creature again without walls between us. The stream widened as we progressed, its current growing stronger. We rounded a bend and stopped short, staring in disbelief at what lay before us. A bridge spanned the water, not a natural log or stone formation, but a man-made wooden bridge, weathered but intact. And beyond it, barely visible through the trees, stood a structure. Hope surged through me. "Civilization," I breathed. We hurried across the bridge, drawn by the promise of safety, of human contact. But as we drew closer, my hope withered. This wasn't a ranger station or a trapper's cabin. It was a single building, long abandoned, its windows dark and empty, its wooden walls gray with age. A sign hung askew above the door. "Tongass Trading Post, Ast, 1925. "It's been closed for decades," Jess said, disappointment heavy in her voice. Still, it was shelter, more substantial than the hunting cabin had been. We approached cautiously, alert for any signs of the creature or other dangers. The trading post's door stood slightly ajar, creaking softly in the breeze. Inside, dust lay thick on abandoned counters and shelves. Whatever goods had once been sold here were long gone, taken by previous visitors or the original owners when they departed. We searched the building thoroughly, finding little of use. Some moldy blankets, a few rusted cans with unidentifiable contents, an old kerosene lamp without fuel, but the structure itself was sound, the walls thick, the door and shutters intact if weathered. "We can defend this place," Jess said, some of her natural optimism returning. "Barricade the doors and windows before dark." We set to work immediately, dragging heavy furniture against the doors, nailing shut shutters with rusty spikes we found in a back room. By the time darkness fell, we had created a reasonably secure shelter, certainly better than our tent had been. As night closed in, we huddled in the center of the main room, a small fire burning in the ancient potbelly stove. The heat was minimal, but the light was comforting, pushing back the darkness that pressed against the windows. "Do you think it will find us?" I asked, voicing the fear that had been growing as daylight faded. Jess didn't answer immediately, her face drawn with exhaustion and worry. "I think it already knows where we are," she said finally. "I think it's been hurting us here from the beginning." The thought chilled me more than the night air. "Why? I don't know. But that journal," she trailed off, glancing at my pocket where the small book rested. "If what it says is true, this thing is intelligent, calculating. It doesn't just kill, it experiments." Outside, the rain had intensified, drumming against the roof and windows. Thunder rumbled in the distance, drawing closer with each peal. The storm matched our mood, dark, foreboding, full of hidden threats. We took turns keeping watch through the night, though I doubt either of us truly slept during our off shifts. Every crack of thunder, every gust of wind that rattled the shutters set our hearts racing. But no attack came. The creature, if it was out there, kept its distance. Dawn broke gray and misty, the storm having passed during the night. We ate the last of our energy bars, rationing carefully, aware that our food situation was becoming desperate. "There might be a trail from here," Jess suggested, studying her map. Trading posts were usually built near transportation routes. It was a reasonable hope, and we clung to it as we cautiously emerged from our shelter. The forest dripped with remnant rain, the air fresh and clean. For a moment it was possible to forget the horror of the past 2 days, to imagine we were simply on a challenging but normal hiking trip. That illusion shattered when we rounded the corner of the building and found another bone circle, This one constructed overnight directly in our path. Larger than the previous arrangement, this circle contained something new at its center, a piece of paper weighted down with a small stone. Jess and I exchanged glances. The message was clear. The creature wanted us to read whatever was on that paper. It was communicating again, continuing its sick experiment. Should we? Jess whispered. I nodded slowly. We need to understand what it wants, what it's doing. Cautiously, I approached the circle, careful not to disturb any of the precisely arranged bones. The paper was actually a page torn from a book, specifically from the journal we'd found. But this wasn't one of the pages I'd read. This was from the blank section at the back, and it was covered in fresh writing. The script matched the original author's, which was impossible given that he'd presumably died in 1952. Unless, I picked up the page with trembling fingers and read aloud. The experiment continues. New specimens acquired. Initial observations promising. The male exhibits typical fear responses. The female shows adaptive problem-solving despite stress. Will escalate testing protocols to assess cognitive resilience under sustained threat conditions. Hypothesis: these specimens may prove more durable than the 1952 iteration. The female especially shows heightened survival instinct and leadership capability. The male's psychological breaking point remains undetermined. Current phase: isolation and resource deprivation combined with intermittent direct threat exposure. Next phase: introduction of false hope stimulus followed by forced selection scenario. Note: specimen retrieval scheduled for May 20, 1998, regardless of survival outcome. All data valuable. Today was May 20. The creature, whatever it was, had been documenting its experiment on us, using the same journal its previous victim had carried. And today was apparently when it planned to retrieve us, regardless of whether we survived its twisted tests. We need to get out of here, Jess said, her voice barely audible. Now, but as we turned to flee, we realized with sinking hearts that the forest had changed again. Where there had been open ground behind us now stood an impenetrable wall of vegetation. The only clear path led forward, directly through the bone circle. The creature wasn't just communicating with us. It was controlling our environment, manipulating our choices, directing our movement as precisely as if we were rats in a maze, and we were running out of time. We stood before the bone circle, our options narrowing by the second. Behind us, the trading post offered temporary shelter but no escape. Ahead through the circle lay a path that the creature clearly wanted us to take, a path that would likely lead to whatever retrieval it had planned. We could try cutting through the underbrush, Jess suggested, eyeing the dense vegetation that hemmed us in on both sides. Make our own path. I shook my head. That's what it wants, to exhaust us, make us waste energy on futile efforts. So we just follow its breadcrumb trail? Walk right into whatever trap it's set? No, I said, an idea forming. We use what we know. It's studying us, right? Testing our problem-solving, our adaptability. So we adapt. We change the parameters of its experiment. Jess looked skeptical. How? The journal said today is retrieval day, regardless of survival. It's made a schedule for itself. I glanced at the sky, gauging the time. It's mid-morning. We have maybe 8-10 hours before whatever retrieval means happens. And we need to make ourselves less interesting as specimens. The thing is studying how we respond to fear, to being hunted. So we stop acting like prey. Understanding dawned in Jess's eyes. We become the hunters. Exactly. I retrieved the journal from my pocket. This thing is intelligent, methodical, but that means it has patterns, expectations. If we can disrupt those patterns, we might throw it off balance, Jess finished. But how do we hunt something like this? We don't even know what it is. I flipped through the journal again, searching for clues. The author tracked it for weeks before it turned the tables. He must have observed something useful. We pored over the journal together, picking out details we'd missed in our initial panicked reading. The creature was territorial, always returning to certain locations within its domain. It preferred to observe before attacking, sometimes watching its prey for days. Most importantly, it appeared to follow rules, self-imposed protocols for its experiments. Look at this, Jess said, pointing to a passage. He says it never entered his camp until he slept, like it needed his unconsciousness to approach. And here, I added, finding another entry. He set traps that it triggered but always escaped, not because it couldn't be trapped, but because it was testing the traps themselves. A plan began to form, desperate, dangerous, but better than passive acceptance of our fate. We would use the creature's own methodology against it, set a trap not to catch it, but to observe it, learn from it, and perhaps find its weakness. We returned to the trading post, gathering what materials we could find: rope, broken furniture, rusted tools. As we worked, I felt a strange calm settle over me. The terror was still there, lurking beneath the surface, but it had been channeled into purposeful action. "It'll expect us to head for Skagway," Jess said as she fashioned a crude alarm system from tin cans and wire. "The obvious escape route, so we do the opposite," I agreed. "We go deeper into its territory." By midday, we were ready. Our plan was simple but dependent on precise timing. We would leave obvious signs of our passage heading southwest toward Skagway, but actually double back to the clearing where we'd found the first bone circle. If our theory was correct, that clearing was significant to the creature, perhaps even its home base for this region. We set out, deliberately leaving marks on trees, disturbing the underbrush, creating a clear trail. Then, at a small stream about a mile from the trading post, we implemented the deception, wading upstream for several hundred yards before emerging and carefully making our way back toward the original clearing. The forest seemed to watch us, every rustling leaf a potential observer, but we saw no sign of the creature itself, which was both relieving and unsettling. Had it fallen for our ruse, or was it simply waiting, knowing our plan all along? By late afternoon, we reached the clearing with the first bone circle. It appeared undisturbed, exactly as we'd left it. We quickly set up our observation post, a blind of sorts, constructed from fallen branches and foliage, positioned with a clear view of the circle but offering concealment. "Now we wait," Jess whispered as we settled into our hiding place. The waiting was the hardest part. Each minute stretched into what felt like hours, the forest growing darker as evening approached. We sat motionless, barely breathing, eyes fixed on the bone circle. The journal was open between us, ready for us to record any observations, turning the creature's methods back on itself. As the sun dipped below the tree line, casting long shadows across the clearing, a change came over the forest. The usual evening chorus of insects and birds fell silent, replaced by that now familiar, heavy stillness. My heart rate accelerated, palms sweating despite the cool air. "It's coming," Jess breathed, so quietly I barely heard her. At first there was nothing visible, just the growing darkness and the oppressive silence. Then a movement at the clearing's edge caught my eye. Something large shifting between trees, its outline indistinct, as if the shadows themselves were coalescing into form. I held my breath, hand tightening around the makeshift spear we'd fashioned from a broom handle and a sharpened piece of metal. Beside me, Jess was equally still, her eyes never leaving the tree line. The creature emerged with startling suddenness, stepping into the clearing as if materializing from the darkness itself. In the fading light, I could see it clearly for the first time, and the sight froze my blood. It stood upright on two legs, its body a grotesque amalgamation of animal features. Powerful limbs covered in patchy, coarse fur ended in hands, not paws, with elongated fingers tipped with curved claws. Its torso was broad and muscular, with a strange rigidity to its movements, as if it wore armor beneath its skin. But it was the head that truly horrified. Elongated like a wolf's muzzle but wider, with eyes set forward like a predator's glowing with an unnatural amber light. Its mouth, when it opened, revealed multiple rows of serrated teeth that seemed to shift and reconfigure with each movement. Most disturbing of all was the intelligence evident in its posture, in the calculated way it surveyed the clearing. This was no mindless beast acting on instinct. This was something that thought, planned, reasoned, something that saw humans not as prey but as subjects to be studied. It moved to the center of the bone circle, head tilting as it examined the arrangement. Then, with deliberate care, it began adjusting the bones, moving them slightly, creating new patterns within the existing structure. Each movement was precise, considered, almost ritualistic. After several minutes of this activity, it straightened and did something I never expected. It spoke. "Observer becomes observed," it said. Its voice a grating, multi-toned sound that seemed to emerge from multiple throats simultaneously. Paradigm shift noted. I felt Jess stiffen beside me, her breath catching. The creature knew we were watching. It had known all along. "Emergence recommended," it continued, turning slowly toward our hiding place. Termination phase initiated regardless of compliance. We were out of time. Our plan had failed before it began. The creature had anticipated our strategy, had perhaps even guided us toward it, another variable in its sick experiment. "Run," Jess whispered, already tensing to spring up, but I grabbed her arm, holding her in place. "No," I hissed. "That's what it expects. It's what it wants. Then what? We changed the game again. I stood up slowly, emerging from our blind with deliberate movements. Jess made a strangled sound of protest but followed my lead, rising to stand beside me. The creature watched us with those glowing amber eyes, its head tilting in what almost seemed like curiosity. "We understand what you're doing," I said, my voice steadier than I expected. "You're studying us, testing our responses to fear, to being hunted." "Correct," it replied, the word emerging in that same unsettling multi-voice. "Subject comprehension exceeds previous iterations." "We're not your subjects," Jess said, stepping forward. "We're not your specimens to dissect and analyze." The creature made a sound that might have been laughter, a dry, rattling noise like bones being shaken in a jar. A suricin irrelevant. Process continues regardless of subject consent. "Why?" I asked, genuinely curious despite my fear. "What are you learning from this? What's the purpose?" For a moment the creature was silent, as if considering whether to answer. Then it gestured around the clearing with one clawed hand. "Territory incursion increasing. Human presence expanding. Understanding necessary for adaptation, for survival." "You're studying us to protect yourself," Jess realized. "Because humans are moving deeper into your habitat." "Simplistic but accurate," the creature acknowledged. "Species that fails to understand threats becomes extinct." Unacceptable outcome. A terrible understanding dawned on me. This thing wasn't just a predator, it was a survivor. An ancient being adapting to a changing world where humans were the dominant force. Its experiments weren't sadism but survival strategy, learning how humans think, how we react, what we fear. "The previous subject," I said, gesturing to the journal I still held. "The one from 1952. What happened to him?" "Specimen failure," the creature replied. "Fear response exceeded physical resilience. Data collection incomplete." "You killed him," Jess translated flatly. "Incorrect. Specimen heart ceased functioning during observation. Inefficient outcome. Methodology refined for subsequent iterations." A chill ran through me. How many iterations have there been?" The creature made a gesture that might have been a shrug. 178 specimens since human encroachment began. Success rate improving. Current specimens show promising resilience. 178 people. Nearly 200 lives taken for this thing's research. The horror of it momentarily overwhelmed my fear. "This ends now," I said, my voice hardening. "We're leaving your territory. We won't return. We won't bring others. But you have to let us go." The creature's head tilted again, those amber eyes evaluating, calculating. "Negotiation attempt noted. Irrelevant to protocol. Retrieval proceeds as scheduled." "What exactly does retrieval mean?" Jess demanded. "Collection of specimens for detailed analysis. Physical structure, neural patterns, physiological responses, complete data acquisition, dissection." I translated, nausea rising. "You're planning to take us somewhere and cut us open." Oversimplification, but functionally accurate. Jess and I exchanged glances. We were out of options, out of time. The creature stood between us and any possible escape route, and night was falling rapidly. Then Jess did something unexpected. She pulled out her hunting knife and, before I could stop her, drew the blade across her palm. Blood welled from the shallow cut, bright red in the fading light. "Analysis this," she said, flinging the blood toward the creature. It recoiled, not in fear, but with a precision that suggested aversion. The blood spattered on the ground just short of its feet, and the creature took another deliberate step backward. "Chemical contamination," it growled. "Protocol violation." Jess looked at me, a wild hope in her eyes. "It doesn't like blood," she whispered. "Not on its terms anyway." Understanding flooded through me. The creature was methodical, controlled. It wanted specimens intact, uncontaminated. Its experiments followed strict protocols. Protocols we could disrupt. I yanked the journal from my pocket and held it up. "This is your data, right? Your observations?" Without waiting for a response, I ripped out several pages and used Jess's lighter to set them ablaze. The creature made a high, keening sound, taking another step back as the pages curled and blackened. "Data corruption, protocol violation." "That's right," Jess said, catching on. She pressed her bleeding palm against her jacket, leaving a vivid red handprint. "We're contaminating your experiment, invalidating your data." The creature paced now, its movements agitated. "Specimens demonstrating unprecedented deviation, protocol recalibration required." I tore more pages from the journal, letting them fall into the bone circle. "You want to understand humans? Understand this. We adapt too. We recognize patterns. We find weaknesses. And we exploit them. For the first time I saw something like uncertainty in the creature's posture. Its experiment was unraveling. The careful parameters it had established were breaking down. We were no longer behaving like specimens should. Protocol suspension initiated, it announced suddenly. Specimen release authorized. Territory evacuation required within solar cycle. Jess and I stared in disbelief. It was letting us go? Contaminated specimens yield corrupted data, the creature continued, as if explaining its decision to itself. Inefficient use of resources. Better specimens will come. A chill ran through me at those final words. It was releasing us not out of mercy, but because we'd made ourselves less valuable as research subjects, because it knew there would be others, eventually. More hikers, more campers, more unsuspecting humans wandering into its domain. We'll warn people, I said, the words bursting out before I could stop them. We'll tell them about you, what you're doing. The creature made that bone-rattling laugh again. Previous specimens made similar assertions. Human psychological profile indicates trauma narratives receive minimal credibility. Your warnings will be dismissed as delusion or fabrication. It was right, I realized with sinking certainty. Who would believe us? A monster in the woods conducting experiments on humans? We'd be laughed out of any ranger station, any police department. At best, we'd be written off as having suffered from exposure and hallucinations. At worst, we'd be suspected of being involved in whatever had happened to the creature's previous victims. Path to territorial boundary provided, the creature said, gesturing to its right. A narrow but clear trail had appeared between the trees, a trail I was certain hadn't been there moments before. Remain on designated route. Deviation will result in protocol reinstatement. It was offering us a way out, a chance to live. But at what cost? How many more would die if we simply walked away? Jess seemed to read my thoughts. We don't have a choice, Clive, she whispered. Not right now. We need to survive to have any chance of stopping this thing. She was right. Dead, we could help no one. Alive, there was at least a possibility, however remote, of preventing future specimens from falling into the creature's clutches. We're leaving, I told the creature. But this isn't over. Those amber eyes fixed on mine, unblinking. Threat response noted. Inconsequential to outcome. Without another word, it melted back into the forest, disappearing as suddenly as it had appeared. One moment it stood at the clearing's edge. The next it was simply gone, leaving no trace of its passage. Jess and I didn't wait to see if it would return. We hurried toward the trail it had indicated, moving as quickly as caution allowed. The path was unnaturally clear, as if it had been created specifically for our departure, which, I realized, it probably had been. We walked through the night, neither of us willing to stop or rest until we were far from the creature's territory. The trail remained distinct despite the darkness, almost glowing faintly under the moonlight. It led steadily southwest, toward Skagway, I realized. The creature was honoring its word, at least for now. Dawn found us emerging from the forest's edge onto a gravel road. In the distance, perhaps 2 miles away, we could see the outskirts of Skagway. We'd made it out, we'd survived, but the knowledge brought little relief. I turned to look back at the forest, its dense canopy revealing nothing of the horrors it contained. No one will believe us, Jess said quietly, echoing my earlier thoughts. No, I agreed. But we can try anyway. And we can make sure people know the risks, even if they don't understand the true nature of the danger. We walked the final stretch to town in exhausted silence, each lost in our own thoughts. When we finally reached the first buildings, the normality of it all seemed surreal. People going about their daily business, cars passing, a dog barking in a fenced yard. A world untouched by the nightmare we'd just escaped. We reported our experience to the local ranger station. As expected, our story was met with skepticism. The rangers documented our statement, but attributed our more fantastic claims to stress and dehydration. They did, however, note the locations we described for future investigation. Folks get turned around in Tongass all the time, the head ranger told us kindly but dismissively. The mind plays tricks when you're lost and scared. We didn't press the issue, it would have been futile, and part of me was already wondering if it had all been real. If not for Jess's bandaged hand and the few remaining pages of the journal, I might have convinced myself it was all some shared hallucination. Jess and I parted ways at the Skagway airport 3 days later. She was flying back to Anchorage where she lived. I was heading home to Seattle. Our goodbye was awkward, neither of us quite knowing what to say after what we'd experienced. I'll call Uncle Terry, she said finally. Tell him about our adventure, the parts he'll believe anyway. I nodded. Take care of yourself, Jess. She hugged me briefly, then pulled back, her expression serious. We need to warn people, Clive. Find a way to make them listen. I know. I'll try. But as I watched her walk toward her gate, I wondered what we could possibly do. The creature had been right. Our warnings would be dismissed. Our story reduced to campfire tale status at best. I did try, though. Over the next several months, I researched everything I could find about Tongass National Forest, about disappearances in the area, about local legends and folklore. I compiled a dossier of strange incidents dating back decades, all centered around the region where we'd encountered the creature. I sent copies to various authorities, the Forest Service, the Alaska State Troopers, even the FBI. Most went unanswered. Those that did receive responses offered polite thanks but no action. Jess was more direct. She began volunteering with search and rescue operations in Alaska, trying to ensure that hikers were properly prepared and informed about the dangers of going off-trail in Tongass. She never explicitly mentioned the creature, but she made sure people understood that the forest contained threats beyond the usual bears and exposure. As for me, I returned to my life in Seattle, but nothing was the same. My coding job seemed meaningless after what I'd experienced. My apartment felt like a cage. I found myself obsessively checking news reports from Alaska, looking for patterns and disappearances, for any sign that the creature was continuing its research. In September, Jess called to tell me Uncle Terry had passed away. I flew to Anchorage for the funeral, where Jess and I spoke properly for the first time since Skagway. We sat in her apartment afterward, drinking coffee that gradually grew cold as we revisited our experience. I'm moving, she told me eventually. To Arizona, somewhere without forests. I nodded, understanding completely. When do you leave? Next month. I can't be here anymore, Clive. I keep looking over my shoulder. Keep expecting to see those eyes watching me from the shadows. I know, I said softly. I've been having the nightmares too. She leaned forward, her expression intense. Do you think it will keep its word, stay in its territory? I considered this, remembering the creature's methodical nature, its adherence to self-imposed protocols. I think it will, until humans encroach further, until its territory shrinks beyond some threshold we don't understand, and then it adapts. Finds new hunting grounds, new specimens. We lapsed into silence, the weight of this knowledge settling over us like a shroud. There was nothing more we could do. No authority would believe us, no warning would be heeded. The creature would continue its experiments, and people would continue to disappear into the depths of Tongass National Forest. Before I left Anchorage, Jess gave me the remaining pages of the journal. I don't want them anymore, she said. Too many bad memories. I understood but couldn't bring myself to destroy them. They were evidence, however incomplete, of what we'd encountered. Proof that we weren't crazy, that our experience had been real. Now, years later, I live in a small apartment in Phoenix. No forests nearby, just desert and mountains and open sky. Jess is here too, living about 20 minutes away. We see each other occasionally, though we rarely discuss what happened in Alaska. Some wounds are better left undisturbed, but I still have the journal pages, kept in a fireproof box under my bed. And sometimes, on dark nights when the wind makes strange sounds against my windows, I take them out and read them again, remind myself that there are things in this world beyond our understanding, things that watch and wait and study, and I wonder if the creature is still there in Tongass, arranging its bone circles, collecting its specimens, learning more about us with each iteration of its terrible experiment, preparing for a future where our worlds collide more directly, where its survival depends on understanding its greatest threat, humanity. I wonder if anyone will believe the warnings before it's too late. I've sat with these memories for too long, and every time I try to put pen to paper, the words seem to scramble in my head as if the forest itself is trying to erase what I witnessed. My name is Mike S., and for over 15 years I've patrolled the vast stretches of Yellowstone National Park. I've seen the raw beauty of erupting geysers and the graceful dance of bison across the plains. But nothing prepared me for that October night in 2022, a night that nearly drove me to the brink of madness. It was late October and the air had turned bitter, the temperature plunging as an almost unnatural fog swallowed the landscape. The mist didn't roll in gradually like normal weather patterns. It descended like a living thing, thick and oppressive, with tendrils that seemed to reach out and grasp at everything in their path. The very air felt heavy, saturated with moisture that clung to my uniform and made every breath a struggle. I was on a routine patrol near the Little River area, a secluded section of the park that local lore claims is cursed by old spirits. The trees in this region grow differently than elsewhere. their branches twisted into unnatural angles, their bark scarred with deep gouges that no known animal could have made. Even during daylight hours, shadows pool in places where they shouldn't, and the temperature drops several degrees without explanation. Recently, there had been whispers among hikers and even some of my fellow rangers about strange figures lurking at the edge of vision. These weren't the usual reports of wildlife or vagrant campers. The descriptions were consistent in their impossibility. Tall, impossibly thin silhouettes that moved with a fluid grace that defied human anatomy. Witnesses spoke of limbs that seemed to stretch and contract, of a presence that made the hair on their arms stand on end even from a distance. The disappearances had begun 3 weeks prior. First, a young hiker vanished along a rarely traveled trail near Klingman's Dome. His name was removed from our official reports, but I remember the search. We found his backpack torn to shreds, the fabric shredded as if by massive claws. His water bottle was discovered 20 feet up in a tree, embedded in the trunk as if thrown with tremendous force. The search dogs refused to follow his scent trail after the first mile, whimpering and backing away with their tails between their legs. Then came the others. A middle-aged photographer who never returned from capturing sunrise shots. A couple celebrating their anniversary who simply vanished between their campsite and the visitor center. Each disappearance left behind evidence that our reports classified as inconclusive, evidence that spoke of violence so savage and alien that it challenged our understanding of what was possible in these woods. That night, I set out into the damp, shadowed trails, every step heavy with foreboding. The usual sounds of night were muted, as if the woods had suddenly gone silent in anticipation. My flashlight beam cut a thin swath of light through the darkness, revealing only twisted silhouettes of ancient trees and moss-draped boulders. The beam seemed to be absorbed by the fog rather than penetrating it, creating a claustrophobic bubble of visibility that extended no more than a few feet in any direction. I wasn't alone. Every rustle in the underbrush felt like a whisper, every gust of wind like a warning. But it was more than that. There was a presence in the woods that night, something that watched from just beyond the reach of my light. I could feel eyes upon me, tracking my movement with predatory patience. The sensation was so intense that I found myself stopping every few minutes to spin around, my hand instinctively moving to the service weapon that felt pitifully inadequate against whatever lurked in the darkness. The fog seemed to thicken with each step I took deeper into the forest. It moved with purpose, swirling around my legs like ghostly hands trying to drag me down. The moisture condensed on my skin in a way that felt wrong, too warm, too thick, with an oily quality that made me want to scrub my hands raw. When I exhaled, my breath didn't form the usual puffs of vapor but instead seemed to be absorbed by the surrounding mist, as if the very air was hungry. After what felt like hours of searching, though my watch insisted only 45 minutes had passed, I came upon a rocky outcrop near Deep Creek. The creek itself was running lower than usual, its waters dark and stagnant, but it was what lay partially buried in the soft, wet earth that made my blood run cold. There, entangled in creeping vines that seemed to pulse with their own dark life, lay a giant skull. I remember my breath catching as I knelt down, my flashlight beam trembling in my hand. This skull was enormous, nearly 3 feet in diameter, with a high, arching brow that gave it an almost regal yet grotesque appearance. The bone was neither white nor yellowed with age. Instead, it possessed a sickly gray pallor that seemed to shift and change in the fluctuating light. Strange symbols were carved into its surface, not etched by any tool I recognized, but rather burned into the bone as if by acid or intense heat. Its deep, hollow eye sockets seemed to glow faintly with an eerie, otherworldly light. At first, I thought it was merely a reflection from my flashlight, but as I moved the beam away, the luminescence remained. The glow pulsed with a rhythm that was disturbingly similar to a heartbeat, and I found myself unconsciously synchronizing my breathing to its cadence. The jagged, uneven edges of its jaw hinted at a monstrous bite that defied any known creature in our records. The teeth, what remained of them, were not the ivory white of normal bone but a translucent black that seemed to absorb light. They were arranged in rows like a shark's, and some were as long as my forearm. The lower jaw was partially buried, but I could see enough to know that when this creature had lived, it could have easily crushed a human skull between its jaws. I couldn't tell if it was fossilized or something more recent, but the unnatural luminescence clinging to it made my skin crawl. When I reached out to touch it, the air around the skull grew noticeably colder. My breath began to form visible clouds, and frost started to gather on the surrounding vegetation despite the relatively mild temperature. The vines that had grown around and through the skull were unlike any plant species I'd encountered in my years of service. They were thick and fibrous, with a texture that reminded me more of muscle tissue than plant matter. As I watched, they seemed to contract and expand rhythmically, as if the skull was breathing. The thorns that covered these vines were not the simple spikes of normal plants, but rather curved, hollow structures that looked disturbingly like fangs. I immediately radioed in my find, but the response was nothing more than crackling static. The radio, which had been working perfectly throughout my patrol, now emitted only a harsh, discordant noise that seemed to form patterns, almost like a language, but one that hurt to listen to. I tried different frequencies, different power settings, but the result was always the same. The static grew louder and more aggressive the closer I held the radio to the skull. I was left alone with the skull, and soon the forest seemed to close in around me. The trees appeared to lean inward, their branches reaching toward me like gnarled fingers. The fog grew thicker, more oppressive, until I could barely see the skull at my feet. But even when my vision was obscured, I could still feel its presence, a cold, alien intelligence that seemed to be studying me with the same intensity that I was studying it. As I crouched there in the dampness, fighting off waves of nausea and an overwhelming sense of dread, I began to notice other details that my initial shock had caused me to miss. The ground around the skull was stained with what looked like old blood, but the color was wrong, too dark, almost black, with an iridescent quality that made it shimmer in the flashlight beam. The stain formed a perfect circle around the skull, as if marking some kind of boundary or ritual site. More disturbing still were the smaller bones scattered around the perimeter of the stain. They were clearly not human, too small, too delicate, but they weren't from any animal I recognized either. They had the same gray pallor as the skull, the same unnatural luminescence, and they were arranged in patterns that suggested intelligence rather than random scattering. The smell was the worst part. It wasn't the clean scent of old bone or even the musty odor of decay. Instead, it was something far more unsettling, sweet and cloying, like overripe fruit, but with an underlying note of sulfur and something else, something that reminded me of the metallic taste of fear. The smell seemed to intensify whenever I moved closer to the skull, as if my presence was somehow activating whatever ancient force resided within it. I tried to photograph the skull, but my camera malfunctioned every time I attempted to capture its image. The digital display would flicker and distort, showing impossible colors and shapes that hurt to look at. The few shots that did seem to work showed nothing but darkness, as if the skull existed in some space between dimensions that conventional equipment couldn't record. As I struggled to regain my composure, documenting what I could in my notebook with increasingly shaky handwriting, I became aware of sounds emanating from the forest around me. They were subtle at first, a whisper that might have been wind through the trees, a crack that could have been a branch settling. But gradually, they grew more distinct and infinitely more disturbing. There was breathing, deep, labored inhalations that seemed to come from all directions at once. The sound was too large to be human, too rhythmic to be natural. It was accompanied by what I can only describe as the sound of something massive moving through the underbrush, but moving with a careful deliberation that suggested predatory stalking rather than random wandering. The most chilling sound of all was a low, rumbling vocalization that seemed to resonate not through the air but through the very ground beneath my feet. It was a sound that bypassed my ears entirely and spoke directly to some primitive part of my brain, triggering every instinct that had kept my ancestors alive in the darkness of prehistoric nights. It was the sound of something ancient, something that had no place in our modern world, and something that was very, very close. When I finally forced myself to stand and back away from the skull, my legs were shaking so badly I could barely maintain my balance. The fog swirled around me with increasing intensity, and I could swear I saw shapes moving within it, tall, impossible silhouettes that seemed to flow rather than walk. They kept their distance, but they were there, watching, waiting. I stumbled back toward the main trail, my flashlight beam dancing wildly as I fought to maintain my composure. Every step away from the skull felt like a victory, but also like a betrayal. Some part of me, a part I didn't want to acknowledge, wanted to go back, to study the skull more closely, to understand what it represented. That part whispered that the skull held answers to questions I hadn't even thought to ask, secrets that could reshape our understanding of life itself. But the rational part of my mind, the part trained in 15 years of park service, screamed at me to run, to get as far away from that place as possible and never return, to forget what I had seen and pretend that the skull was just another piece of natural history, explainable and harmless. I chose to listen to the rational part. But as I write these words now, I realize that neither option would have mattered. The skull had seen me, had marked me somehow, and no amount of distance or denial would change that fact. The glowing eyes of that impossible creature had looked into my soul and found something there that it recognized. Something that called to it across the vast expanse of time and space. The forest fell silent as I reached the main trail, but it was not the peaceful quiet of a natural night. It was the expectant silence of a predator that had found its prey and was simply waiting for the right moment to strike. Behind me, barely visible through the fog, I could still see the faint glow of the skull's eye sockets, watching my retreat with what I could only interpret as patient amusement. That night marked the beginning of my descent into a nightmare that would consume the next weeks of my life and leave me forever changed. The skull was not just a relic of something ancient and terrible. It was a doorway, a beacon, a calling card, left by something that had no intention of remaining hidden in the shadows of Yellowstone's deepest wilderness. And somewhere in the fog-shrouded darkness behind me, I could hear it beginning to answer that call. The following days brought a series of disturbing reports that began to filter in like drops of poison in a clear stream. Each account was more unsettling than the last, and each one reinforced my growing conviction that what I had discovered was not an isolated incident but part of something far more sinister. The first report came from a group of local hikers who had been camping near Clingman's Dome. They described seeing a tall, gaunt figure at the edge of their campfire's light, its body impossibly thin, with limbs that elongated and twisted unnaturally as it moved silently among the pines. The leader of the group, a seasoned outdoorsman who had spent decades in these woods, spoke to me with a haunted expression that I recognized all too well. It wasn't walking, he told me, his voice barely above a whisper. It was gliding, like it was floating just above the ground. And its arms, God, its arms were so long they nearly touched the ground even when it was standing upright. When it moved, those arms swayed back and forth like pendulums, and I swear I could hear them cutting through the air. The man's hands shook as he described the creature's approach. It came closer to our camp with each pass, testing us somehow. We could see its outline getting clearer each time, and that's when we noticed it wasn't alone. There were others in the trees watching us. Their eyes reflected our firelight like animals, but the intelligence behind them was wrong. Too old, too knowing. His wife, who had remained silent throughout most of his account, finally spoke up. The worst part was the sound it made when it finally disappeared. It wasn't a roar or a growl, it was laughter, low and rumbling, like it was sharing some private joke with the forest itself. We packed up and left that night, hiking out in the dark rather than staying until morning. The second report came from a group of backpackers who had been attempting to photograph the autumn foliage along the park's more remote trails. They told me that at twilight, just as the sun was setting behind the mountains, they caught sight of a creature with eyes like smoldering coals. Its gaze was so intense it seemed to burn through the fog that had begun to gather in the valleys below. The eyes were the first thing we saw, the group's photographer explained, his professional equipment still slung around his neck but his hands too unsteady to use it. They appeared in my viewfinder when I was trying to capture the sunset. At first I thought it was just light reflecting off something in the distance, but then I realized they were moving, tracking back and forth like it was scanning the area. He paused, swallowing hard before continuing. When I lowered my camera, I could see the full shape of it. It was crouched on a rocky outcrop about 100 yards away, but even from that distance I could tell it was massive. The proportions were all wrong, too tall, too thin, with joints that bent in ways that shouldn't be possible. And those eyes? They never blinked. They just stared at us with this ancient hatred like we were trespassing on sacred ground. The photographer's companion, a young woman who had been documenting their trip, showed me her camera's memory card. Every photograph she had taken during their encounter was corrupted, showing only digital artifacts and distorted colors. But in one image, barely visible through the static, was a shadow that seemed to move independently of the timestamp. A shadow with burning eyes that looked directly at the camera. "It followed us for 3 miles, she whispered. Never coming closer, but never falling behind. Every time we stopped to rest, we could see it watching us from the tree line. And the whole time, we could hear this sound, like breathing, but too deep, too slow. It was like the forest itself was inhaling and exhaling, and we were trapped inside its lungs." The third report came from a seasoned hunter, a grizzled man from a nearby town who had been tracking elk in the area for over 20 years. He recounted hearing guttural roars and mournful cries in the dead of night. Sounds that were part animal, part something far older and crueler. "I've heard every sound these woods can make," he told me. his weathered face grim with memory. "I know the difference between a bear's roar and a mountain lion's scream. I can tell you the difference between a wolf's howl and a coyote's call. But what I heard that night, that was something else entirely." He described the sounds as coming from multiple directions simultaneously, creating an acoustic illusion that made it impossible to determine the creature's location. It was like the forest was speaking to itself in a language that predated human speech. The roars would start low and build to a crescendo that made my teeth ache, and then they'd fade into these mournful cries that sounded almost human. Almost like someone crying for help, but with an undertone that made you certain that answering would be the last mistake you'd ever make. The hunter had been tracking fresh elk sign when the sounds began, but within minutes all wildlife activity in the area had ceased. Every bird, every insect, every small mammal, they all went silent at once. Even the wind stopped blowing. It was like nature itself was holding its breath, waiting for whatever was making those sounds to finish its business and move on. But the most disturbing report came from a woman who frequently hikes the isolated trails along Yellowstone's northern edge. In hushed, trembling tones, she described an encounter that nearly cost her her life. She had been hiking alone, something she had done countless times without incident, when she found herself face to face with a massive silhouette that emerged from the shadows between two ancient pine trees. "I was following a deer trail that I'd used before," she began, her voice barely audible. "The sun was setting and I knew I should have turned back, but I wanted to reach this small clearing where I'd seen some beautiful wildflowers the week before. That's when I saw it step out from behind the trees." She described a creature that defied every law of biology and physics. Its face, if it could be called that, was a blur of sinewy muscle and distorted features. The bone structure seemed to shift and change as she watched, as if the creature's very anatomy was fluid and malleable. Its eyes shone with an unsettling intelligence that chilled her to the core. "When our eyes met, I felt something break inside my mind," she continued, tears streaming down her face. "It was like it was reaching into my thoughts, sorting through my memories, looking for something. And what it found there made it smile, not with its mouth, but with its whole being. It was pleased by my fear, sustained by it somehow." The woman claimed that as soon as she locked eyes with the creature, she felt an overwhelming surge of despair, as if the creature was peering into her very soul and showing her all the darkness it contained. "I saw things," she whispered, "things that haven't happened yet, things that might never happen. I saw the world as it would be when this creature and others like it reclaimed it. I saw humanity reduced to cowering prey, hiding in the ruins of our civilization while these things hunted us for sport." She had managed to escape only because something had distracted the creature, a sound from deeper in the forest that made even this impossible being turn its attention away from her. She had used that moment to run, crashing through the underbrush with a desperation born of pure terror. "I ran for hours," she said. "I couldn't stop. Even when I reached my car, even when I was driving home, I could still feel it watching me. It's still watching me. Every night when I close my eyes, I can see those burning eyes staring back at me from the darkness." Each of these accounts shared disturbing similarities. The creature's impossible anatomy, its supernatural intelligence, its ability to inspire not just fear but existential dread. But most telling were the consistent reports of the fog that seemed to accompany its appearances, and the way all wildlife fled the area whenever it was near. I began to compile these reports into a comprehensive file cross-referencing dates, times, and locations. A pattern emerged that sent chills down my spine. The sightings were becoming more frequent, more brazen. The creature was no longer content to remain hidden in the deepest wilderness. It was moving closer to populated areas, to the main trails, to the places where ordinary people came to experience the beauty of Yellowstone. More disturbing still was the geographical pattern. All of the sightings formed a rough circle around the location where I had found the skull. It was as if the creature was patrolling a territory, marking its boundaries, preparing for something. The skull wasn't just a relic, it was a focal point, a center of power that was drawing this ancient evil closer to our world. I also noticed that the sightings were occurring during specific weather conditions. The fog was always present, but it wasn't natural fog. Witnesses consistently described it as moving with purpose, as having substance and weight beyond normal atmospheric phenomena. It was as if the creature brought its own environment with it, a pocket of primordial atmosphere that allowed it to exist in our modern world. The psychological effects on the witnesses were equally consistent and deeply troubling. Every person who had encountered the creature described lasting trauma that went beyond normal fear. They spoke of nightmares that felt more real than waking life, of a persistent sense of being watched, of hearing that ancient laughter echoing in the wind. Several had sought psychological help, but their therapists were unable to provide any relief for terrors that had no foundation in conventional experience. As I documented these accounts, I began to understand that I was not just investigating a series of wildlife encounters. I was mapping the edges of something far more sinister. The creature was not just a predator in the traditional sense. It was something that fed on human fear and despair, something that took pleasure in the psychological destruction of its victims. The physical threat it posed was terrifying enough, but the spiritual and mental contamination it left in its wake was perhaps even more dangerous. The pattern of disappearances also began to make a horrible kind of sense. The missing hikers hadn't been killed by a conventional predator. They had been taken by something that wanted them alive, at least initially. The torn backpacks, the scattered personal effects, the way the search dogs refused to follow the scent trails, all of it pointed to abductions rather than simple predation. But taken where? And for what purpose? As I pondered these questions, I realized that the skull I had found was not just evidence of the creature's existence. It was a trophy, a monument to its achievements. The human bones scattered around it weren't the remains of ancient meals. They were recent additions, offerings made to honor something that had been worshipped in these woods long before the first European settlers arrived. The local legends about the area being cursed suddenly took on new meaning. The Native American tribes that had originally inhabited this region had known about the creature. They had developed rituals and taboos designed to appease it, to keep it dormant in the deepest wilderness. But as civilization encroached on its territory, as we built roads and trails through its domain, we had inadvertently awakened something that should have remained sleeping. The creature wasn't just emerging from hiding, it was reclaiming its birthright, asserting its dominance over a territory that had been its long before humans had even dreamed of national parks and wilderness preservation. And the skull I had found was its declaration of war against the modern world, a promise that the age of human dominance over nature was coming to an end. As I wrote down these observations in my private journal, I could feel the weight of their implications settling over me like a shroud. I was not just documenting the emergence of an unknown predator, I was chronicling the beginning of humanity's greatest nightmare, the return of something that had once ruled the earth and intended to do so again. The reports continued to pour in, each one more disturbing than the last, each one confirming my worst fears about what was stirring in the deepest shadows of Yellowstone. And somewhere in the fog-shrouded wilderness, I knew that the creature was aware of my investigations, that it was watching me just as intently as I was studying it. The game between predator and prey had begun, and I was no longer certain which role I was playing. The mystery deepened when I was summoned to a secure meeting at park headquarters. The call came on a Tuesday morning just as I was reviewing my notes from the previous night's witness interviews. The voice on the other end was clipped and official, offering no details beyond a time and location. I was instructed to bring all materials related to my recent patrol activities, with particular emphasis on any unusual findings. The headquarters building felt different that day, charged with intention I had never experienced in my 15 years of service. Security personnel I didn't recognize flanked the entrance, their eyes scanning every visitor with an intensity that seemed more appropriate for a military installation than a national park office. The usual friendly chatter among staff was replaced by hushed whispers and nervous glances. I was escorted to a conference room deep in the building's interior, a stark, cold space that I had never seen before. The walls were bare concrete, painted an institutional gray that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. The fluorescent fixtures overhead buzzed with an irregular rhythm that set my teeth on edge. Most unsettling of all was the complete absence of windows. No natural light, no view of the outside world, nothing to remind me that I was still in the same building where I had attended countless routine meetings over the years. Seated around the conference table were high-ranking officials whose expressions were as inscrutable as the mists outside. I recognized the park superintendent, but the others were strangers wearing expensive suits that seemed wildly out of place in our rustic setting. Their badges identified them as representatives of various federal agencies, but the acronyms meant nothing to me. What was clear was that these people wielded authority that far exceeded anything I had encountered in my career. They demanded every detail of my patrol that night. Not just the basic facts, but minutiae that seemed impossible to remember and even more impossible to be relevant. The fog's density, measured in precise atmospheric terms I had never learned. The exact temperature readings at 15-minute intervals. The sound of the creek. Was it running higher or lower than usual? The precise angle of the rocky ledge where I'd found that unearthly skull, calculated to the nearest degree. When you first observed the anomalous object, one of the officials began, consulting a tablet that seemed to contain information about my patrol that I had never reported. What was your exact position relative to the creek bed? I stammered out an answer, trying to reconstruct the scene from memory. But my response only prompted more questions, each one more specific and invasive than the last. They wanted to know about the soil conditions, the moisture content of the air, the precise spectrum of light emitted by my flashlight. They asked about my heart rate, my breathing pattern, my emotional state at each moment of the encounter. The photoluminescent properties of the specimen, another official interjected. Describe the spectral characteristics in detail. I stared at him blankly. I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're asking. The glow, he said impatiently. The light emanating from the skull. What color was it? How intense? Did it pulse, or was it steady? As I tried to answer, I realized that these people knew far more about what I had found than I did. Their questions weren't prompted by curiosity. They were testing my knowledge, confirming details they already possessed. The skull wasn't a new discovery for them. It was a known quantity, something they had been monitoring or expecting. The most disturbing aspect of the interrogation was their obsession with the exact timing of events. They wanted to know not just when I had found the skull, but when I had first felt drawn to investigate that area. They asked about dreams I might have had in the weeks leading up to the patrol, about changes in my sleep patterns, about any unusual thoughts or compulsions I might have experienced. Have you felt any urges to return to the site? One of them asked, leaning forward with undisguised interest. The question hit me like a physical blow because the answer was yes. Every night since the discovery, I had been plagued by dreams that pulled me back to that rocky outcrop. In these dreams, the skull was not partially buried but sitting upright on a makeshift altar, surrounded by symbols that seemed to shift and change when I wasn't looking directly at them. In the dreams, I understood the symbols' meaning, could read them like a familiar language, but upon waking, their significance slipped away like water through my fingers. I hesitated too long before answering, and the officials exchanged meaningful glances. They had their answer without me saying a word. Your findings are to be kept under wraps, the lead official finally said, his tone leaving no room for argument. Under no circumstances are you to discuss this incident with anyone outside of this room. That includes your family, your friends, your colleagues, and especially the media. He leaned back in his chair, studying me with eyes that seemed to see straight through to my soul. This is not a request. This is a direct order backed by federal statute. Violation of this directive will result in immediate termination of your employment, criminal prosecution, and other consequences that I assure you, you do not want to experience. The threat in his voice was unmistakable, but it was more than just professional intimidation. There was something personal in his warning, something that suggested they had dealt with people like me before, people who had seen too much, who had stumbled across secrets that were never meant to be revealed. I need you to understand the gravity of this situation, he continued. What you discovered is part of an ongoing investigation that touches on matters of national security. Your cooperation is not just requested, it is essential for the safety of this park and its visitors. One of the other officials, a woman with sharp features and cold eyes, opened a thick folder and began reading from it. 3 similar incidents in the past 18 months. Glacier National Park, Grand Canyon, and Mammoth Cave, each involving Park Service personnel who made unauthorized disclosures about their discoveries, each resulting in unfortunate consequences. She didn't elaborate on what those consequences might be, but the implication was clear. People who talked about things like the skull I had found tended to experience problems that could affect their careers, their families, their entire lives. The meeting continued for another hour, with the officials extracting every detail they could from my memory while giving me nothing in return. They wanted to know about the other witnesses, the hikers and campers who had reported strange sightings. They had me provide detailed descriptions of each person I had interviewed, along with their contact information and any recordings I might have made. These individuals, the lead official said, making notes on his tablet. Have they been made aware of the classified nature of their encounters? I shook my head. I didn't realize there was anything classified about. There is now, he interrupted. And you will ensure that they understand the importance of discretion. Any further discussion of these events could jeopardize an ongoing federal investigation. As the meeting finally drew to a close, I was handed a non-disclosure agreement to sign. The document was filled with legal terminology that I didn't fully understand, but the message was clear. I was now bound by law to remain silent about everything I had witnessed, The penalties for violation were severe enough to destroy my life several times over. One final question, the lead official said as I prepared to leave. Have you been back to the site since your initial discovery? I shook my head, though it wasn't entirely true. I had driven to the area twice, but had been unable to bring myself to actually approach the rocky outcrop. Something about the place had changed since that first night, something that made even the surrounding forest feel hostile and unwelcoming. Good, he said, but I could tell he didn't believe me. Because that area is now under federal jurisdiction, access is restricted to authorized personnel only. Any attempt to return to the site will result in immediate arrest. As I left the conference room, I noticed new security measures being implemented throughout the building. Additional guards had been posted at key locations, and several areas that had previously been open to all staff were now marked as restricted access. The entire atmosphere of the headquarters had changed, transformed from the relaxed informality of a Park Service office to something resembling a military command center. The drive back to my assigned patrol area was surreal. The landscape looked the same, but I knew that something fundamental had changed. The woods that had once felt like home now seemed alien and threatening. Every shadow might hide federal agents watching my movements. Every radio transmission might be monitored for signs that I was violating my oath of silence. But the most disturbing realization was that the officials had never actually denied the existence of the creature. They had never suggested that the skull was a hoax or that the witness reports were fabricated. Instead, they had treated everything as confirmed fact, as part of a larger pattern that they were clearly familiar with. This meant that the creature was not an isolated anomaly, but part of something bigger, something that had been happening in national parks across the country. The officials' casual mention of similar incidents at other locations suggested a widespread problem that was being actively suppressed by the federal government. As I tried to process the implications of this revelation, I found myself wondering about the true purpose of our national park system. Were these pristine wilderness areas really preserved for the enjoyment of future generations, or were they serving a more sinister purpose? Were they reservations of a sort, places where ancient things could be contained and controlled, kept separate from the modern world? The questions multiplied in my mind, each one more disturbing than the last. How long had the government known about these creatures? How many Park Service employees had been sworn to secrecy over the years? And most troubling of all, what was the government's ultimate plan for dealing with something that clearly posed a threat to human civilization? That night, I lay awake staring at the ceiling, my mind racing with possibilities I didn't want to consider. The skull I had found was not just a relic of some ancient predator. It was evidence of a conspiracy that reached to the highest levels of government. And now I was part of that conspiracy, bound by law and threat to help maintain a silence that might be protecting humanity from truths it wasn't ready to face. But even as I tried to convince myself that the officials' actions were justified, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had been made complicit in something fundamentally wrong. The creature was still out there, still hunting, still claiming victims. And by agreeing to remain silent, I had become an accessory to its continued predation. The weight of that realization settled over me like a shroud. And I knew that my life would never be the same. I had seen behind the curtain of official reality, and what I had found there was far more terrifying than any monster lurking in the wilderness. The true horror was not the creature itself. It was the knowledge that our own government was willing to sacrifice innocent lives to keep its existence secret. After that meeting, anonymous tips started trickling in from within the Park Service. The first came in the form of a handwritten note slipped under my door, written in a shaky script that spoke of fear and desperation. The message was brief but chilling. You're not the first to find one of those skulls. Check the archived incident reports from 1987, and whatever you do, don't trust the official channels. The note was unsigned, but something about the handwriting seemed familiar. It took me 2 days to realize where I had seen it before, on duty rosters and incident reports filed by a retired ranger who had worked the same sector I now patrolled. A man who had left the service abruptly after 23 years, citing personal reasons that no one had ever explained. I found his address in the personnel files and drove to his cabin on my next day off. The house was isolated, set back from the road by a quarter-mile of overgrown driveway. The windows were covered with heavy curtains, and the yard was surrounded by a chain-link fence topped with barbed wire. It looked more like a fortress than a retirement home. The man who answered the door was a shadow of the robust ranger I remembered from my early days in the service. His hair had gone completely white, and his eyes held the haunted look of someone who had seen too much. He recognized me immediately but didn't invite me in. Instead, he stepped onto the porch and closed the door behind him. "You found one, didn't you?" he said without preamble. "One of their skulls." I nodded, unable to trust my voice. "I found my first one in 1987, he continued, his voice barely above a whisper. "Deep in the backcountry near a creek that ran red with what we thought was mineral deposits. The skull was fresh then, still had tissue clinging to it, still had that ungodly glow." He told me about the investigation that followed, about meetings with federal officials who asked the same invasive questions I had experienced. But his story had a different ending. Instead of being sworn to secrecy, he had been transferred to a different sector, far from the area where he had made his discovery. "They told me it was for my own protection," he said, his hands shaking as he lit a cigarette. "Said the area was being designated as a special research zone, off limits to regular patrol. But I knew better. I knew they were trying to keep me away from something." Over the following months, he had witnessed inexplicable electrical anomalies in his new sector, strange, glowing orbs that hovered just above the forest floor, moving with purpose through the trees, equipment malfunctions that followed no logical pattern, radio communications that picked up signals from sources that shouldn't exist. "The orbs were the worst part," he said, his voice growing even quieter. "They weren't just lights, they were alive somehow, intelligent. They would follow me on my patrols, staying just out of range, watching everything I did. Sometimes I would wake up in the middle of the night and see them hovering outside my cabin, pulsing with that same sick light as the skull." He had tried to report these incidents through official channels, but his superiors had dismissed his accounts as stress-related hallucinations. When he persisted, he was ordered to undergo psychological evaluation. The report concluded that he was suffering from occupational anxiety disorder and recommended immediate retirement. "They broke me," he said simply. "Systematically destroyed my credibility until I had no choice but to leave. But even after I retired, they kept watching me. Still are, probably. That's why I live like this, why I don't trust phones or email or any electronic communication. They're always listening." Before I left, he gave me a metal box containing photocopies of documents he had managed to acquire over the years, incident reports from multiple national parks, scientific studies with blacked-out classifications, correspondence between federal agencies discussing containment protocols and specimen management. "There's a pattern," he said as I prepared to leave. "The skulls appear in cycles roughly every 15 to 20 years. Always in the same types of locations, near water sources, in areas with specific geological formations. They're not random discoveries, they're being placed there deliberately." The documents in the box painted a picture of a conspiracy that spanned decades. Reports of similar skulls found in Yosemite, Yellowstone, the Everglades, and other national parks. Each discovery followed by the same pattern of official denial, witness intimidation, and area closure. The creatures associated with these skulls were not unknown to the authorities. They were being studied, monitored, and in some cases actively managed. One document that particularly caught my attention was a memorandum from the Centers for Disease Control discussing biological contamination protocols for areas where the skulls had been found. The memo referenced anthropogenic pathogens and psychotropic compounds that required specialized containment procedures. It suggested that the skulls were not just archaeological artifacts but active sources of some form of biological or chemical agent. Another source hinted at government cover-ups tied to these events, suggesting that the disappearances and the creature sightings were part of something much larger, a secret project that had been running for decades under various code names and classifications. The project apparently involved not just the study of these creatures but active collaboration with them. Some form of negotiated coexistence that required regular sacrifices to maintain. The most disturbing document was a budget allocation report that listed expenditures for specimen appeasement and territorial management. The figures were staggering, millions of dollars spent annually on activities that were described only in the vaguest terms. But the implication was clear. The government was not just aware of these creatures but was actively paying to keep them satisfied. As I studied these documents, I began to understand that the creatures were not random predators but part of an organized society with its own rules and hierarchy. The skulls served as territorial markers, warning signs that designated areas under their control. The government's role was not to eliminate these creatures but to manage human access to their territories, ensuring that the predation remained within acceptable parameters. The missing hikers were not victims of random attacks but part of a systematic culling program designed to appease the creatures' hunger while maintaining the illusion of safe wilderness recreation. The Park Service was not protecting visitors from these monsters, it was delivering them to them. These accounts, coupled with my own experiences, painted a picture of a force that had haunted America's wilderness areas for centuries. An ancient species that had learned to coexist with human civilization by establishing a careful balance of power. They would remain hidden in the deepest wilderness, feeding on the occasional hiker or camper, while the government ensured that their existence remained secret. The creatures were not just predators, they were partners in a dark compact that protected both species from mutual annihilation. Humanity got to maintain its illusion of dominance over nature, while the ancient ones got to continue their existence in designated hunting preserves disguised as national parks. Local legends suddenly took on new significance. The stories of cursed lands and ancient guardians were not primitive superstitions but historical accounts of humanity's first contacts with these creatures. The Native American tribes had known about them and had developed elaborate rituals to appease them. When European settlers arrived, they had been forced to reach their own accommodations with these ancient predators. The establishment of the national park system in the late 19th century had not been motivated primarily by conservation concerns, but by the need to create secure territories where these creatures could be contained and managed. The parks served as a buffer zone between human civilization and something far older and more dangerous. Some legends spoke of the ancestor, a primordial being said to roam these wilds, a guardian or perhaps a harbinger of doom. According to these stories, the creature was not just a predator but a keeper of ancient knowledge, a living link to a time when the world was young and humanity was nothing more than prey hiding in caves. The skull I had found carried the mark of this ancient lineage, one that predated humanity itself. The symbols carved into its surface were not random decorations but a form of writing, a message left by a civilization that had ruled the earth long before the first human had learned to make fire. The thought was as fascinating as it terrifying. If these creatures possessed their own language, their own culture, their own history, then humanity's relationship with them was far more complex than simple predation. We were not just their prey, we were their subjects, allowed to exist only at their sufferance. As I continued to piece together these scattered fragments of evidence, I began to realize that I was not just investigating a series of unexplained disappearances, I was uncovering the true nature of America's wilderness, the hidden history of our national parks, and the dark compact that had allowed human civilization to expand into territories that rightfully belonged to something else. The creature that had been sighted in Yellowstone was not an anomaly but part of a larger awakening. The ancient ones were becoming more active, more bold in their movements. The careful balance that had been maintained for over a century was beginning to shift, and the implications of that shift were too terrible to contemplate. I continued to record these events in my private journal, though I had been cautioned, both implicitly and explicitly, to keep these writings out of public hands. The fear of attracting unwanted attention from those who wished to keep these secrets hidden was a constant, oppressive shadow over my every day. But the weight of this knowledge was becoming unbearable. Every missing hiker report, every unexplained disappearance, every strange sighting took on new significance. I was not just a park ranger anymore. I was a witness to humanity's greatest secret, a secret that revealed our species' true place in the natural order. The creatures were not invaders in our world. We were guests in theirs, and our welcome was wearing thin. I have no clear answers, only a deepening sense of dread and a growing conviction that Yellowstone harbors a darkness beyond our comprehension, a darkness that is as ancient as the mountains themselves. Every detail of that foggy October night is etched into my memory, a constant reminder that some mysteries in the wild are meant to remain buried and that sometimes the line between nature and nightmare is disturbingly thin. The weeks following my encounter with the skull and the subsequent investigation have been a descent into a waking nightmare that threatens to consume what remains of my sanity. Sleep has become a luxury I can no longer afford, as the darkness behind my eyelids is populated by visions that feel more real than the waking world. In these dreams, I am always back at the rocky outcrop near Deep Creek. But the scene is different now. The skull is not partially buried but sits prominently on a pedestal of carved stone, surrounded by symbols that pulse with the same sickly light as the creature's eyes. The forest around me is alive with movement, shadows that flow like liquid darkness, shapes that defy description moving through the trees with predatory grace. The creature itself appears in every dream, sometimes as the tall, gaunt figure described by the witnesses, sometimes as something even more terrible. In its presence, I feel the same overwhelming despair that the female hiker had described, but magnified tenfold. It shows me things, glimpses of a future where humanity has been reduced to scattered tribes hiding in the ruins of our civilization, while these ancient predators reclaim the world that was always theirs. But the dreams are not the worst part. The worst part is the growing certainty that they are not dreams at all, but visions, communications from something that has marked me as its own. Every morning I wake to find evidence that I have been sleepwalking, that some part of me has been drawn back to that cursed place in the depths of the night. My boots are muddy with soil that matches the creek bed where I found the skull. My clothes are torn by branches that grow only in that remote section of the park. Most disturbing of all, I sometimes wake to find symbols carved into my skin, not deep enough to cause permanent damage, but precise enough to suggest intelligence behind their creation. The symbols match those I have seen in the government documents, the same markings that appear on the skulls found in other national parks. They are not random scratches but a form of writing, a language that speaks directly to something primitive and terrified deep within the human psyche. As the days pass, I find myself increasingly isolated from my colleagues and friends. The weight of the secrets I carry has created a barrier between me and the normal world, a sense of being fundamentally different from those who live in ignorance of the truth. I catch myself studying their faces, wondering how they would react if they knew what was really lurking in the wilderness they visit so casually. The creature's influence extends beyond my dreams and nocturnal wanderings. During my regular patrols, I have begun to notice subtle changes in the forest itself. Areas that were once familiar now feel alien and threatening. The wildlife has changed its patterns, avoiding certain locations with an instinctive fear that I now understand all too well. But most disturbing of all is the gradual realization that I am not alone in my torment. Other Park Service employees have begun to exhibit similar symptoms: the haunted expressions, the sleepless nights, the growing sense of paranoia. We recognize each other without speaking, bound together by a shared burden that cannot be acknowledged openly. The government's surveillance has intensified as well. I am aware of being watched constantly, monitored by agents who make no attempt to conceal their presence. My phone is tapped, my emails are read, my movements are tracked. The message is clear. I am a security risk, a potential source of leaked information that could shatter the carefully maintained facade of normalcy. Yet despite their vigilance, the authorities seem powerless to stop what is happening. The creature sightings are increasing in frequency and becoming more brazen. The thing that was once content to hunt in the deepest wilderness is now venturing closer to populated areas, testing the boundaries of its territory. The missing persons reports have become a daily occurrence, but they are no longer confined to experienced hikers who might have simply gotten lost. Families with children, elderly couples, even groups of college students on spring break trips, all vanishing without a trace in areas that were once considered completely safe. The search and rescue operations have become elaborate theatrical productions, designed more to maintain public confidence than to actually find the missing persons. The teams are careful to avoid certain areas, following predetermined routes that steer clear of the creature's known territories. When evidence is found, it is quickly removed and classified, disappearing into the same bureaucratic void that has swallowed so many other inconvenient truths. I have tried to document these patterns, to create a record that might someday serve as a warning to future generations. But my attempts at investigation are consistently frustrated by official interference. Files disappear from my computer. Photographs are corrupted, and witnesses are relocated or intimidated into silence. The most chilling aspect of this cover-up is its scope and sophistication. This is not the work of a few rogue agents or a single government department. The conspiracy reaches into every level of federal and state government, involving agencies that should have no connection to park management. The creature's existence is not just a secret, it is a state secret, protected by the full power of the national security apparatus. This level of protection suggests that the stakes are far higher than simple public safety. The government's desperate attempts to maintain secrecy indicate that they are not just hiding the existence of a predator but concealing something that could fundamentally alter humanity's understanding of its place in the world. As I piece together the fragments of information I have gathered, a terrifying picture emerges. The creatures are not just ancient predators but the remnants of a civilization that once dominated the Earth. They possess intelligence, technology, and knowledge that far exceeds our own. Their apparent primitiveness is a facade, a deliberate deception designed to make us underestimate the threat they represent. The skulls are not just territorial markers but communication devices, part of a network that spans the continent. Through them, the creatures coordinate their activities, share information, and perhaps most disturbing of all, monitor human activities with a precision that would make our own intelligence agencies envious. The government's relationship with these creatures is not one of containment but of negotiation, a delicate diplomatic dance that has been ongoing for decades. The disappearances are not random predation but part of a carefully negotiated agreement, a tribute paid to maintain a fragile peace, but that peace is breaking down. The creatures are becoming more demanding, more aggressive, more willing to venture into areas that were once off limits. The old agreements are failing, and something new is emerging, something that threatens to expose the hidden reality that has been carefully concealed from the American people. I have become an unwilling witness to this transformation, a chronicler of humanity's darkest hour. The creature that marked me that night in the forest has made me its herald, its chosen messenger to document the end of human dominance over the natural world. Every entry in my journal brings me closer to a truth that I am not sure I want to face. The creature is not just a predator, it is a teacher, showing me through dreams and visions the true history of our species. We are not the apex predators we believe ourselves to be, but clever prey that has been allowed to flourish only until our usefulness runs out. That time is coming to an end. The fog that has begun to appear with increasing frequency around Yellowstone is not just a weather phenomenon but a sign of impending change. It carries with it the scent of something ancient and terrible, something that has been sleeping in the depths of the earth but is now stirring to life. I can feel it in my bones, in the very marrow of my being. The creature that I encountered that night was not alone. It was a scout, a harbinger of something far worse. The skulls are not just markers but beacons, calling to others of their kind, summoning them from whatever dark corners of the world they have been hiding in. The government knows this. Their increasing desperation, their willingness to use any means necessary to maintain secrecy, all point to the same inevitable conclusion. The time of hiding is over. The age of revelation is about to begin, and when it does, I will be here to witness it, to record it, to serve as a testament to the folly of believing that humanity could ever truly conquer the natural world. The creature that marked me has made me its chronicler, and I will fulfill that role until the very end. Pray that by sharing these experiences, we may someday understand the true nature of what we face. Pray that humanity can find a way to survive what is coming. But most of all, pray that when the darkness finally rises from the depths of our national parks, we will be ready to face the truth about what we really are. The fog is rising again tonight, and I can hear them calling to each other through the darkness. The time of reckoning is at hand, and I am no longer certain that any of us will survive to see the dawn. The skull in the mist was not an ending but a beginning, the first note in a symphony of terror that will reshape the world as we know it, and I am its conductor, its chosen instrument, its final witness to the twilight of human civilization. The creatures are coming home, and we are about to learn what it truly means to be prey. My name is Wahalia Wiakta, and I've been a park ranger at the Cherokee National Forest for 8 years. The name Wahali means eagle in Cherokee, a name my grandmother chose for me during the traditional 7-day naming ceremony. She said I would need the eagle's keen vision to protect the sacred places where our ancestors once walked. I thought she meant metaphorically. I was wrong. The morning of September 15th started like any other. The pre-dawn mist clung to the forest floor as I made my rounds through the Sitico Creek wilderness, checking trail markers and looking for signs of illegal camping. The forest was unusually quiet. No bird calls, no rustling of small animals in the underbrush, just the soft whisper of wind through ancient oaks and the distant sound of running water. My radio crackled to life as I approached the Bald River Falls overlook. Ranger Awayakta, we've got a situation. Missing hikers, party of 4, last seen yesterday afternoon on the Naked Ground Trail. I pressed the talk button. Copy that dispatch. Any additional details? College students from UT. They were supposed to return to their campsite by 7 p.m. Friends called it in this morning when they didn't show up for breakfast. Their names are Marcus Chen, Riley Davidson, Sarah Kim, and James Wright, all experienced hikers. The Naked Ground Trail. I knew it well. A challenging 8-mile loop that wound through some of the most remote sections of the forest. It was also where the strange reports had been coming from lately. Park visitors claiming to hear unexplained sounds at night, describing calls that weren't quite human but weren't animal either. Most rangers dismissed these reports as overactive imaginations, but I had Cherokee blood running through my veins, and my grandmother's stories about the forest spirits made me listen more carefully. I'll head to the trailhead and begin search operations, I radioed back. Can you get me their vehicle information? Already on it. Blue Honda Pilot, parked at the Naked Ground parking area. Vehicle still there. I climbed into my ATV and headed toward the trail. The sun was beginning to filter through the canopy, casting long shadows that seemed to move independently of the trees. As I drove, I thought about the old stories my grandmother used to tell, about the Kitawa, the beings who lived in the deep woods and sometimes took travelers who ventured too far from the safe paths. The parking area was empty except for the blue Honda. I parked beside it and examined the vehicle. Doors locked, no signs of disturbance. Through the windows, I could see backpacks and camping gear still inside. They'd planned to return. I shouldered my emergency pack and checked my equipment. GPS, first aid kit, emergency blanket, flares, and my grandfather's knife, a traditional Cherokee blade that had been passed down through 4 generations. The handle was carved with symbols that my grandmother said would protect the bearer from malevolent spirits. I'd never needed that protection before, but something about this morning felt different. The trailhead showed clear signs of recent use. 4 distinct boot prints in the mud, leading into the forest. I followed them, documenting the trail with my camera and GPS. The tracks were easy to follow initially, but as I climbed higher into the mountains, the ground became rocky and the prints more difficult to distinguish. About 2 miles in, I found their first clue, a granola bar wrapper caught on a branch. The wrapper was torn, as if snatched away by something moving quickly. I bagged it and continued following the trail. The forest around me felt wrong. The silence was too complete, too heavy. In 30 years of living in these mountains, I'd never experienced such an absence of natural sound. No insects buzzing, no birds calling, no squirrels chattering. Just the sound of my own breathing and the crunch of leaves under my boots. That's when I heard it. A low, resonant call that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. It wasn't a bear, wasn't a cougar, wasn't any animal I could identify. The sound made my skin crawl and activated some primal instinct that told me to run. Instead, I stood perfectly still and listened. The call came again, longer this time, almost musical in its complexity. It seemed to be coming from the direction of the old Cherokee burial ground, an area that was technically off-limits to hikers but only marked by a small, weathered sign that most tourists ignored. I followed the sound, leaving the main trail and pushing through dense undergrowth. The trees here were older, their trunks massive and gnarled. Some bore the scars of ancient Cherokee symbols carved decades ago by my ancestors to mark sacred places. My grandmother had brought me here once as a child, warning me that some places in the forest were not meant for the living. The burial ground was a small clearing surrounded by a natural circle of stones. In the center stood a weathered wooden cross, placed there by missionaries who had tried to Christianize the Cherokee sacred sites. But the real power of the place came from the older symbols carved into the stone circle. Spirals and animals that represented the connection between the physical and spiritual worlds. And there, scattered around the clearing, were signs of a struggle, torn clothing, a broken hiking boot, drag marks in the soft earth leading away from the circle toward the deeper forest. Most disturbing were the footprints, not just the boot prints of the missing hikers, but something else. Something with feet that were too large, too wide, with what looked like claw marks extending from the toes. I knelt beside one of the prints and placed my hand next to it for scale. The impression was nearly 18 inches long and 8 inches wide. The depth suggested something incredibly heavy had made it. I'd seen bear tracks before, but this was different. The shape was more human-like, but impossibly large. My radio crackled with static. I tried to call in my location, but the signal was weak this deep in the forest. All I could transmit was fragmented words. Found evidence, burial ground, something wrong here. The response was equally broken. Can't understand. Repeat your location. I stood and looked around the clearing. The drag marks led toward a section of forest I'd never fully explored. A region where the trees grew so thick that sunlight barely penetrated to the forest floor. Local Cherokee legends spoke of this area as the dwelling place of the Kitawa, the ancient ones who had never left the mountains when the tribe was forced to move west. As I prepared to follow the trail, I heard something that made my blood run cold. From deep in the forest came a sound that was unmistakably human, a scream of terror that echoed off the mountain walls before being cut short with devastating finality. I checked my watch. 11:47 a.m. The missing hikers had been out there for over 16 hours. I had no backup, no reliable radio contact, and no idea what I was about to face in the depths of the Cherokee National Forest. But I had a job to do, and 4 people were depending on me. I shouldered my pack and followed the drag marks into the darkness between the trees, my grandfather's knife heavy at my side and my grandmother's stories echoing in my mind. The forest seemed to close in around me as I walked, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me from the shadows, something that had been waiting for me to come home. The trail led me deeper into a section of forest that existed on no official map. The trees here were ancient, massive hemlocks and oaks that had stood for centuries, their canopy so dense that walking beneath them felt like entering a cathedral of shadows. The air was thick with the scent of decay and something else, something muskier and more primal. I followed the drag marks for nearly an hour, pausing frequently to document the trail with my camera. The impressions in the soft earth told a story I didn't want to believe. Whatever had taken the hikers was moving with purpose, following paths that seemed to know exactly where they were going. The tracks never faltered, never showed signs of confusion or hesitation. At 12:30 p.m., I found Riley Davidson's jacket hanging from a branch about 9 feet off the ground. The fabric was torn in 3 parallel lines, as if by massive claws. Dark stains that looked like blood were soaked into the collar. I used a hiking pole to pull it down, careful not to contaminate any evidence. The jacket was still warm. I tried my radio again. This time I got through to dispatch, though the signal was weak and filled with static. Dispatch, this is Ranger Awayakta. I'm approximately 3 miles northeast of the Naked Ground Trail. I've found evidence of the missing hikers and something else. I need immediate backup and possibly search and rescue. Copy that, Ranger Awayakta. Can you describe the something else? I paused, looking at the massive footprints in the mud beside my boots. How do you explain something that shouldn't exist? How do you tell your supervisor that you're following tracks that belong in Cherokee legends rather than Park Service reports? Large predator tracks, possibly a bear, but unusual size. The hikers appear to have been dragged from the burial ground area toward the restricted zone. Understood, backup is en route, but they won't reach your position for at least 2 hours. Are you in immediate danger? I looked around at the oppressive forest, listened to the unnatural silence, and felt eyes watching me from the shadows. Unknown. Proceeding with caution. Roger that. Maintain radio contact every 15 minutes. I clipped the radio back to my belt and continued following the trail. The path wound through a series of natural rock formations that created a maze of stone passages. Cherokee legends spoke of these rocks as the boneyard of the spirits, a place where the physical and spiritual worlds intersected. It was here that I found the first body. Marcus Chen was wedged between 2 large boulders, his body positioned in a way that suggested he'd been thrown rather than placed. He was unconscious but breathing, though his left arm was bent at an impossible angle. Deep scratches ran across his face and neck, but they appeared to be defensive wounds rather than fatal injuries. I knelt beside him and checked his pulse, weak but steady. Marcus, can you hear me? His eyes fluttered open, unfocused and filled with terror. When he saw me, he grabbed my arm with his good hand, his fingers digging into my jacket. Don't let it come back, he whispered. It's not an animal. It walks like a person, but it's wrong. Everything about it is wrong. Where are the others, Marcus? Where are Sarah, Riley, and James? He tried to sit up, wincing in pain. It took them higher up the mountain. There's a place where the trees grow in circles. Sarah screamed when he stopped, shuddering. You have to get out of here. It's coming back. It always comes back. I helped him to a more comfortable position and gave him water from my canteen. I'm going to call for medical evacuation. You're going to be okay. No, he said urgently. No helicopters. It doesn't like the noise. That's what made it angry in the first place. What do you mean? Yesterday afternoon, James was flying his drone to get footage of the waterfall. The thing, it came out of nowhere, knocked the drone right out of the sky and started chasing us. We ran, but it was faster. So much faster. I understood now. The creature, whatever it was, had been disturbed by the mechanical sounds of the drone. In Cherokee tradition, the deep forest was a place of spiritual significance, where the old ways were still respected. Modern technology would be seen as an intrusion, a violation of sacred space. I'm going to hide you in a safe place, I told Marcus. Then I'm going after your friends. You can't. You don't understand what you're dealing with. It's not just big, it's intelligent. It was watching us, learning our movements, herding us towards something. This isn't random hunting, it has a plan. I helped Marcus to his feet and guided him to a small cave formed by overlapping rocks. It was concealed from view but had multiple exits if needed. I left him with my emergency medical kit and a flare gun. Stay here and don't move unless you're in immediate danger. If you see anything unusual, fire the flare straight up. The backup team will see it. Marcus nodded, clutching the flare gun like a lifeline. Be careful, and Ranger, if you find it, don't try to fight it. You can't win. I left him in the cave and continued following the trail. The tracks led steadily upward, through terrain that became increasingly treacherous. The forest here was different, older, more primal. The trees grew in patterns that seemed almost intentional, creating natural corridors and chambers. Some of the larger oaks had symbols carved into their bark, but these weren't Cherokee markings. They were older, more primitive, as if carved by something that understood the symbol's meaning but lacked the fine motor skills to execute them precisely. At 1:45 p.m., I heard voices, human voices crying for help. They came from somewhere above me, echoing off the rock walls of what appeared to be a natural amphitheater. I climbed toward the sound, using exposed roots and rocky outcroppings as handholds. The voices led me to a clearing that perfectly matched Marcus's description. Ancient trees grew in 3 perfect circles, their trunks so massive that it would take 6 people holding hands to encircle them. In the center of the innermost circle was a structure that made my blood run cold. It was a shelter, but not built by human hands. Massive logs had been woven together with vines and branches to create a dome-shaped dwelling. The construction showed intelligence and planning, but the proportions were wrong, built for something much larger than a human. Animal bones hung from the exterior like primitive decorations, and the entire structure emanated a smell that was both familiar and terrifying. The voices were coming from inside. I approached carefully, my hand resting on my grandfather's knife. The opening to the shelter was large enough for me to enter, but I had to crawl on my hands and knees. Inside, the structure was larger than it appeared from the outside, with multiple chambers carved into the earth. I found Sarah, Kim, and James Wright in the back chamber, both conscious but injured. They were bound with what looked like woven vines, but the knots were too complex, too intentional for an animal to have made. Sarah had a deep gash on her forehead, while James's leg was twisted at an unnatural angle. "Thank God," Sarah whispered when she saw me. We thought it was coming back." I cut their bonds with my knife and helped them to sitting positions. "Where's Riley?" James looked toward the front of the shelter, his eyes wide with fear. "It took her this morning. She was fighting it, screaming. Then it just carried her away like she weighed nothing." "How long have you been here?" "Since yesterday night," Sarah said. "It brought us here after it caught us at that stone circle. It's been keeping us alive, but we don't know why." I helped them to their feet, noting that both were dehydrated and in shock but mobile. "We need to get out of here now. I have backup coming," but a sound from outside the shelter cut me off. A low, rhythmic thumping that seemed to shake the ground. Footsteps, but not human footsteps. These were too heavy, too deliberate, approaching the shelter with the confidence of something returning to its territory. "It's back," James whispered. "Oh God, it's back." I drew my knife and motioned for them to stay behind me. Through the opening of the shelter, I could see a shadow moving past, something massive and bipedal, but with proportions that defied human anatomy. The smell that had been lingering around the shelter grew stronger, a mixture of wet fur, decomposition, and something else that triggered every survival instinct in my body. The footsteps stopped directly outside the entrance. In the sudden silence, I could hear my own heartbeat, Sarah's rapid breathing, and James's quiet whimpering. But underneath it all was another sound. A low, rumbling vocalization that seemed to come from deep within the creature's chest. It was communicating something, though I couldn't understand what. Then Riley Davidson's voice answered from somewhere outside, but it was wrong. The words were hers, but the tone was flat, emotionless, like someone speaking under hypnosis. "It's okay," she said. "Come out. It won't hurt you if you don't run." I knew with absolute certainty that whatever was outside, it wasn't just Riley speaking. Something else was controlling her words, using her voice to lure us out of our hiding place. The shadow moved past the entrance again, and I caught a glimpse of something that would haunt my dreams for the rest of my life. It was humanoid, but wrong in every way. Too tall, too broad, covered in dark fur that seemed to absorb light. Its face was a nightmare combination of human and animal features, with eyes that glowed with an intelligence that was both ancient and malevolent. And it was holding Riley Davidson like a puppet, its massive hand wrapped around her throat, her feet dangling inches off the ground. "Come out," Riley's voice said again. But now I could see her lips weren't moving. "Come out and no one else gets hurt." I looked at Sarah and James, both paralyzed with terror. We were trapped in a structure built by something that was clearly far more intelligent than any animal should be, with backup hours away and no way to call for help. Outside, the creature began to circle the shelter, its footsteps creating a rhythm that seemed deliberately designed to build psychological pressure. It was hunting us, but not in the way a normal predator would hunt. It was playing with us, demonstrating its control over the situation. My grandfather's knife felt small and inadequate in my hand, but it was all I had. The blade had been blessed by Cherokee medicine men and was supposed to protect against evil spirits. I was about to find out if my ancestors' beliefs could stand up to whatever was waiting outside. The circling stopped. The forest fell silent again, and then something began scraping against the outside of the shelter, as if the creature was testing the strength of its own construction. We were running out of time. The scraping sounds continued for what felt like hours but was probably only minutes. Through the gaps in the woven logs, I could see fragments of the creature as it moved around the shelter. A massive arm covered in dark fur, feet that left impressions in the hard earth, and occasionally, a glimpse of those glowing eyes that seemed to see everything. Sarah was fighting to control her breathing, while James had gone completely silent, his body trembling with shock. I needed to get them out of here, but the creature's obvious intelligence made any escape attempt extremely dangerous. It was watching, learning, waiting for us to make a mistake. That's when I remembered my grandmother's stories about the Kituwa, the ancient ones who had never left the mountains. She'd told me that they were guardians of the sacred places, protectors of the old ways who had grown angry when the white settlers came and disrupted the balance of the forest. According to legend, they could be reasoned with, but only if you understood their language and respected their territory. I reached into my pack and pulled out the small leather pouch I'd carried since childhood. Inside were items my grandmother had given me: sacred tobacco, a piece of quartz crystal, and a small carved bone whistle that was supposed to call the spirits of my ancestors. "What are you doing?" Sarah whispered. "Something my grandmother taught me," I replied, though I wasn't sure I believed it would work. Cherokee traditions say that some spirits can be negotiated with if you approach them with respect. James looked at me like I'd lost my mind. "That thing killed Riley. It's not interested in negotiation." "Riley's still alive," I said, though I wasn't entirely convinced. The way the creature had used her voice suggested something more complex than simple murder. "It's keeping her alive for a reason. That means it wants something from us." The scraping sound stopped. In the sudden silence, I heard Riley's voice again, but this time it was different, weaker, more natural, as if she was speaking of her own accord. "Wahali," she called softly. "Are you in there? It wants to talk to you." "Riley, are you okay?" "I'm alive. It hasn't hurt me since this morning. But Wohali, it knows who you are. It knows your name, your family. It's been waiting for you." My blood ran cold. How could this creature know anything about my family? Unless, what does it want? I called back. There was a pause, then Riley's voice returned, speaking slowly as if translating from another language. It says your people made a promise long ago. A promise to protect the sacred places. But the promise was broken when the government made this into a park. Now outsiders come and disturb what should be left alone. I thought about the drone James had been flying, the tourists who trampled through the burial ground despite the warning signs, the constant presence of modern technology in spaces that had been sacred for centuries. The creature wasn't just a mindless predator, it was a guardian, protecting something that had been violated. "Tell it I understand," I said. "Tell it I'm Cherokee, and I respect the sacred places." Another pause, then Riley's voice. "It knows you're Cherokee. Your grandmother brought you here as a child. It watched you learn the old stories. But it says you've forgotten your duty. You've become part of the system that allows the sacred spaces to be defiled." The truth of those words hit me like a physical blow. I had become part of the system. I enforced park regulations that treated Cherokee sacred sites as tourist attractions. I guided visitors through areas that my ancestors had considered too holy for casual visitation. I'd spent so many years trying to fit into the modern world that I'd forgotten what my grandmother had really been teaching me. "What does it want me to do?" I asked. The response came in Riley's voice, but the words were spoken with an authority that clearly wasn't hers. "Come out alone. Face what you've allowed to happen. Your friends will be released if you accept responsibility for the violations." Sarah grabbed my arm. "Don't do it, it's a trap." "Maybe," I said, but something deep in my bones told me the creature was being honest. This wasn't about random violence. It was about justice. About holding someone accountable for the desecration of sacred ground. I stood up and moved toward the entrance of the shelter. "I'm coming out, but I want your word that my friends won't be harmed." A new sound came from outside, a deep, resonant vocalization that seemed to come from the creature itself rather than through Riley's voice. It was a sound I'd heard before, in the deepest levels of Cherokee ceremonial chanting. A sound that meant agreement or promise. I crawled through the entrance and emerged into the clearing. The creature was standing about 20 feet away, and seeing it in full daylight was even more terrifying than glimpsing it in shadows. It was at least 8 feet tall, with proportions that suggested immense strength. Its face was a disturbing blend of human and animal features. Intelligent eyes set in a skull that was too wide, a mouth filled with teeth that were too sharp, and expressions that conveyed complex emotions. Riley was standing beside it, conscious but clearly not fully in control of her own actions. The creature's left hand rested on her shoulder, not threateningly but proprietarily, as if she belonged to it now. "You're Wohali Awiakta," the creature said, and I realized with shock that it was speaking English, though with an accent that seemed to come from a time before recorded history. "Grandson of Naniohi Three Feathers, great-grandson of Joseph Firebird. Your family has walked these mountains for 7 generations. You know my family? I have watched your family for 7 generations. Your ancestors knew their place, knew their duty. They kept the sacred spaces safe, kept the curious away from places that should not be disturbed. But you," it gestured toward the Park Service patch on my uniform, "you have become their servant. You guide the destroyers to the holy places." I felt the weight of my grandfather's knife at my side, but I made no move to draw it. Violence wasn't the answer here. This creature was operating according to a moral code I was only beginning to understand. "I didn't know," I said. "I was trying to protect the forest in the only way I knew how, by making it a playground for those who have no respect for its power." The creature's voice carried the accumulated anger of decades. "By allowing them to fly their machines over the burial ground? By permitting them to camp in the dreaming places?" The dreaming places. I knew what it meant. The areas where Cherokee shamans had gone to receive visions, where the spiritual world intersected with the physical. These areas were scattered throughout the forest, most of them unmarked and unknown to the Park Service. "Teach me," I said. "Show me the places that need protection. I'll find a way to keep people away from them." The creature studied me for a long moment. Its eyes were ancient, filled with the wisdom and sadness of something that had watched the world change around it for far too long. "There is a way," it said finally, "but it requires sacrifice. You must choose between your loyalty to the government that pays you and your loyalty to the land that shaped you." "What kind of sacrifice?" Instead of answering, the creature turned and began walking toward the edge of the clearing. "Come, there is something you must see." I followed, with Riley moving beside me in her strange, compliant state. The creature led us to a section of the forest I'd never seen before, where the trees grew in perfect spirals around a central clearing. In the center of this clearing was a natural stone formation that took my breath away. It was a perfect circle of standing stones, each one carved with symbols that predated any Cherokee writing I knew. The symbols seemed to pulse with their own light, and the air around them hummed with energy that made my skin tingle. "The heart of the mountain," the creature said. "The place where the first Cherokee received their instructions from the spirits. The place where the boundary between worlds is thinnest." I could feel the power of the place, could sense the presence of my ancestors hovering just beyond the edge of perception. This was what the creature had been protecting, what it had been willing to kill for. "The government plans to build a new visitor center," the creature continued. "They have chosen this location because it's centrally located and easily accessible. They will pour concrete over the heart of the mountain and turn it into a gift shop." The rage that filled me was unlike anything I'd ever experienced. The idea of turning this sacred place into a tourist attraction was obscene, a violation of everything my ancestors had died to protect. "How do you know about the visitor center?" "I read the reports in your government offices. I understand your language, your plans. I have been preparing for this moment for many years." I realized that the creature had been studying human society, learning our weaknesses, preparing for a confrontation that had been inevitable from the moment the Park Service had been established. It wasn't just a guardian of the forest. It was a strategist, a planner, a creature with the intelligence to wage war against an entire civilization. "What do you want me to do?" "Stop them. Use your position, your knowledge, your influence. Find a way to protect the sacred places without revealing their true nature. If you fail," it gestured toward Riley, who was still standing in her eerily compliant state. "If you fail, there will be consequences that extend far beyond 4 missing hikers." The threat was clear. This creature had the power to take anyone who entered its territory. It could make people disappear, could turn the entire forest into a place of terror and death, but it was offering me a chance to prevent that, to fulfill the duty my ancestors had been given centuries ago. "I'll need proof," I said. "Something to show my superiors that this area is too dangerous for development." The creature smiled, and the expression was more terrifying than any threat. "Oh, you'll have proof. But first, you must understand the full scope of what you're protecting. It raised its hand, and Riley suddenly collapsed to the ground, unconscious but breathing normally. The creature's control over her had been released, but the demonstration of its power was clear. "She will remember none of this," the creature said. "None of them will. But you will remember everything. You will carry the weight of knowledge, the burden of choice. You will decide whether the sacred places live or die." As if summoned by the creature's words, I heard the distant sound of helicopters approaching. The backup team had arrived, but they were too late to witness what had really happened here. "Go," the creature said. "Return to your people. Tell them whatever story you need to tell. But remember, the heart of the mountain must remain untouched. The sacred places must be protected. Your ancestors are watching. Wohali Awiakta. Do not fail them again." The creature turned and walked into the forest, its massive form disappearing among the trees as if it had never existed. Riley began to stir, confusion clouding her face as consciousness returned. I heard voices calling my name. The search and rescue team had found us. But as I helped Riley to her feet, I wondered if I had just saved 4 lives, or condemned my entire career to a battle I couldn't possibly win. The helicopters were getting closer, and I would have to explain what had happened here. But some truths were too dangerous to tell, and some promises were too sacred to break. The real test was just beginning. The debriefing lasted 3 hours. I sat in the regional supervisor's office, my uniform still dirty from the forest, and told the most carefully constructed lie of my life. Bear attack. Unusual behavior due to drought conditions. The hikers had been lucky to survive. The creature had been scared off by the rescue helicopters and would likely move deeper into the wilderness to avoid future contact with humans. Marcus Chen corroborated my story perfectly, having no memory of the massive footprints or the impossible intelligence he'd described. Sarah Kim and James Wright remembered being chased by something large and aggressive, but their accounts matched typical bear encounter reports. Riley Davidson had no memory of the past 24 hours at all. A trauma response, the psychologist said, completely normal for someone who'd experienced such a terrifying ordeal. Only I remembered the truth. "Excellent work, Ranger Awakta," Supervisor Martinez said, closing the incident report. "Quick thinking and professional handling of a dangerous situation. The hikers are alive because of your actions." "Thank you, sir. I do have one question, though. This area where you found them, it's not on any of our trail maps. How did you know to look there?" I'd been prepared for this question. Local knowledge. My grandmother used to tell stories about the old Cherokee paths. I thought the hikers might have stumbled onto one of them. Martinez nodded, making a note in his file. "That's valuable information. We should consider mapping these informal trails, maybe even developing them into official park routes. Could be a real attraction for visitors interested in Native American history." The irony was like a knife to the gut. The same local knowledge that had allowed me to save the hikers was now going to be used to further exploit the sacred places. But I smiled and nodded, playing the part of the helpful park ranger. "I'll put together a report on the traditional Cherokee paths in the area." "Great. And Ranger Awayakta, I've been impressed with your work lately. There's a promotion opportunity coming up. Us supervisor for the new visitor center project. You'd be perfect for it, given your cultural background and knowledge of the local area." The visitor center project. The concrete and steel monument to human arrogance that would be built directly over the heart of the mountain. They were offering me a chance to oversee the destruction of everything my ancestors had protected. "I'm honored by the consideration, sir. Think it over. The position comes with a significant pay increase and administrative responsibilities. You'd be helping to shape the future of Cherokee National Forest." I left the office that evening with a commendation letter in my personnel file and a promotion offer that would give me exactly the influence I needed to protect the sacred places. The creature had been right. I had to choose between my loyalty to the government and my loyalty to the land, but maybe there was a third option. A way to serve both masters while secretly protecting what mattered most. Over the next 2 weeks, I threw myself into researching the visitor center project. I studied the environmental impact reports, analyzed the construction plans, and attended planning meetings where bureaucrats discussed maximizing visitor experience and optimizing foot traffic patterns. None of them had any idea what they were planning to destroy. The construction timeline gave me 6 months to find a way to stop the project. 6 months to fulfill a promise I'd made to something that shouldn't exist, in a place that officially didn't matter. I started with the environmental angle. The Cherokee National Forest was home to several endangered species, and any major construction project required extensive environmental review. I began documenting wildlife populations in the area around the heart of the mountain. focusing on species that were particularly sensitive to habitat disruption. What I found surprised me. The area around the sacred stones was home to a population of hellbenders, giant salamanders that were considered an indicator species for water quality. The stream that ran past the heart of the mountain was one of the few remaining breeding grounds for these ancient creatures. Construction of the visitor center would require rerouting the stream, effectively destroying the hellbender habitat. It was a legitimate environmental concern, one that could tie up the project in regulatory review for months or even years. But it wasn't enough to stop the project permanently. I needed something bigger, something that would make the area completely off-limits to development. That's when I remembered the archaeological survey requirements. Any construction project on federal land required a thorough archaeological review to identify potential Native American cultural sites. The survey for the visitor center had been cursory at best, focused on areas that were easily accessible rather than the more remote sections where the most significant artifacts were likely to be found. I requested permission to conduct a supplemental archaeological survey, using my local knowledge to identify areas that might have been overlooked. The request was approved. After all, a Cherokee Park Ranger volunteering to help protect Native American cultural resources was exactly the kind of public relations win the Park Service loved. The survey gave me official justification to spend time in the restricted areas, to document the stone circles and burial sites that had been ignored by the original assessment. But it also gave me something more valuable, a legal framework for protecting the sacred places. I worked alone, spending long days in the forest with my camera and GPS unit, documenting every carved stone, every ceremonial site, every place where my ancestors had left their mark. The work was slow and methodical, but it was also deeply spiritual. I was connecting with my heritage in a way I'd never experienced before, and I was being watched. The creature never showed itself directly, but I could feel its presence in the forest. Sometimes I would find fresh footprints near the places I was documenting, as if it was checking my work. Other times I would hear that low, musical call echoing through the trees, not threatening, but approving. My grandmother had always said that the forest spirits judged people by their actions, not their words. By dedicating myself to protecting the sacred places, I was proving my commitment to the old ways. 3 months into my archaeological survey, I made a discovery that changed everything. While documenting a stone circle in a remote valley, I found something that had been hidden for generations. A cave system that extended deep into the mountain, with walls covered in Cherokee petroglyphs that predated anything in the archaeological record. The cave was clearly of immense cultural significance, but it was also structurally unstable. The weight of construction equipment, the vibrations from heavy machinery, the changes in water flow that would result from the visitor center project, all of these factors would threaten the integrity of the cave system. I had found my weapon. The archaeological report I submitted was 847 pages long, complete with detailed photographs, GPS coordinates, and cultural significance assessments for over 200 documented sites. The cave system alone was enough to trigger a complete review of the visitor center project, but I had documented an entire network of sacred places that would be affected by the construction. The report made its way through the bureaucratic maze, triggering reviews by the State Historic Preservation Office, the Advisory Council on Historic Preservation, and ultimately the National Park Service's own Cultural Resources Department. Environmental groups picked up the story, and suddenly the visitor center project was front-page news in the regional papers. Park Service accused of destroying Native American sacred sites. Cherokee heritage under threat from development project. Ancient cave system discovered in national forest. The public pressure was intense, but the real victory came when the Cherokee Nation's Cultural Preservation Office filed a formal objection to the project. As a federally recognized tribe, their input carried legal weight that no amount of bureaucratic maneuvering could ignore. 6 months after my encounter with the creature, I received a call from Supervisor Martinez. The visitor center project had been officially canceled, and the area around the heart of the mountain was being designated as a protected cultural resource zone. Access would be restricted to authorized personnel only, and all future development in the area would be prohibited. "You did excellent work on that archaeological survey," Martinez said. "Though I have to admit, I'm disappointed about the visitor center. It would have been a real asset to the park. Sometimes protecting what we have is more important than building something new," I replied, very philosophical. "Well, the good news is that your work has been noticed at the regional level. There's a new position opening up, Cultural Resource Specialist for the entire southeastern region. It would mean a transfer to Atlanta, but it's a significant promotion." Atlanta? A desk job in the city, far from the mountains and the sacred places that had become my responsibility. The offer was tempting. Better pay, more prestige, and escape from the weight of secrets I carried. I appreciate the offer, sir, but I'd prefer to stay here. The forest needs rangers who understand its cultural significance. Your choice, Ranger Awayakta, but the offer stands if you change your mind. That evening, I drove to the restricted area that had once been slated for the visitor center. The barriers were in place, the warning signs posted, but I had the access codes to the new gates. I parked at the edge of the protected zone and walked the final mile to the heart of the mountain. The sacred stones were exactly as I remembered them, glowing softly in the moonlight. But now they were safe, protected by the full power of federal law and Cherokee tribal sovereignty. The creature had been right. I had found a way to serve both masters, to use the government's own regulations to protect what it would have destroyed. I sat on one of the smaller stones and pulled out my grandfather's knife, laying it across my knees. The blade seemed to pulse with its own light, responding to the spiritual energy of the place. I kept the promise, I said to the empty clearing. The sacred places are protected. A sound behind me made me turn. The creature was standing at the edge of the clearing, its massive form silhouetted against the trees. But it no longer looked threatening. Instead, it seemed peaceful, satisfied. "You have done well, Wohali Awayakta," it said, its voice carrying the weight of approval. "Your ancestors are proud. Will you still be watching? Still protecting the sacred places? I will be here as long as the mountains stand. But now I am not alone. You have remembered your duty, accepted your role as guardian. The sacred places have a protector who can work within the laws of the new world." The creature began to fade, becoming translucent like morning mist. "The others will come. Developers, politicians, those who see only profit in the sacred places. They will find new ways to threaten what we protect. But you will be ready. How will I know what to do? Trust your grandmother's teachings, trust the wisdom of your ancestors, trust the voice of the land itself, and remember, you are not alone. The forest spirits are always watching, always ready to help those who serve the greater good." The creature vanished completely, leaving only the whisper of wind through the trees, but I could still feel its presence, still sense the approval of my ancestors. I had found my true calling. Not as a government employee or a park ranger, but as a guardian of the sacred places. I stood and walked back to my truck, my grandfather's knife secure at my side. Tomorrow I would return to my regular duties, filing reports and guiding visitors and maintaining the careful balance between public access and cultural protection. But now I understood that my real job was something else entirely. I was the bridge between the old world and the new, the keeper of secrets that were too important to forget. And in the depths of the Cherokee National Forest, where the spirits of my ancestors walked among the ancient trees, I had found my true home. The sacred places were safe. The promise was kept. And deep in the mountains, something ancient and powerful continued its eternal watch, no longer alone in its duty to protect what must never be lost. As I drove away from the protected zone, I could have sworn I heard the sound of my grandmother's voice carried on the wind, speaking words of approval in the old language. The forest had called me home, and I had answered. They say certain places in this world weren't meant for human passage. Forgotten corners where the veil between what should be and what is grows dangerously thin. I found such a place on a stretch of asphalt cutting through the Appalachian wilderness, a road locals call the Rattler, not for its winding path, though God knows it twists like a dying serpent through those ancient mountains. No, they named it for the warning sound you're supposed to hear before death strikes. I never heard that warning. My name is Dennis McGraw. For 22 years, I've guided 18 wheels across every state in the continental U.S., through blizzards that turned the world white, floods that swallowed highways whole, and desert heat that could melt the rubber off your tires. I've outlasted 3 marriages, 5 dispatchers, and more close calls than I care to remember. Nothing in those 2 decades prepared me for what waited on Highway 209 between Hot Springs and Trust, North Carolina. The darkness there doesn't just fall at sunset. It waits. It watches, it hungers. That fateful morning began under an innocent sky, painted in watercolor shades of pink and lavender as I pulled out of the truck stop in Asheville. The air hung heavy with mountain mist, clinging to the trees like spectral fingers. My rig, a Peterbilt 389 I'd named Eleanor after my grandmother, purred beneath me, hauling a full load of vinyl flooring destined for Elizabeth City. The dispatcher's voice still echoed in my mind. "Storm coming up the coast, Dennis. You think you can beat it?" Looking back, I recognized the first warning I ignored. The universe giving me one last chance to choose a different path. "I'll make it," I'd promised, already calculating the shortcut that would save me hours. Highway 209, the Rattler, a route whispered about in truck stops but rarely marked on commercial GPS systems. As the miles rolled beneath Eleanor's wheels, the radio stations faded one by one, replaced by static that seemed to whisper indecipherable words if you listened too closely. Cell service disappeared next, the final tether to the outside world severed with a single no-service notification. The forest changed character with each passing mile. What began as picturesque mountain woodland transformed into something primeval. The trees pressed closer to the road, their branches reaching like gnarled fingers across the asphalt. Shadows deepened where no shadow should exist at that morning hour. The fog didn't drift, it stalked, curling around curves ahead of me as if lying in wait. The road narrowed, forcing Eleanor to hug corners where the shoulder dropped away into ravines so deep I couldn't see their bottoms. No guardrails, no reflectors, just ancient, patient darkness waiting below. I should have recognized the warnings, the complete absence of other vehicles, the unnatural silence that seemed to swallow the sound of my engine, the growing pressure behind my eyes like the air itself had weight. Something ancient in my brain was screaming to turn around. I didn't listen. 10 miles past Hot Springs, the first mechanical complaint came. A soft rhythmic tapping beneath Eleanor's hood, like bony fingers drumming on metal. I turned down the radio, ears straining to identify the sound. The temperature gauge began its ominous climb, the needle rising with deliberate purpose, as if drawn upward by invisible strings. I eased onto a turnout where the forest pressed closest to the road. A small clearing that seemed carved reluctantly from the wilderness. When I killed the engine, the silence crashed down like a physical weight. No birdsong, no distant traffic, no wind rustling through thousands of leaves. Nothing but a silence so complete it made my ears ring in protest. The creak of my door opening sounded obscene in that perfect quiet. My boots hitting gravel created echoes that traveled too far, bouncing back from places too distant. Steam hissed from beneath Eleanor's hood, not dissipating but hanging in the air like a living thing, reluctant to disperse. I lifted the hood and found the radiator belt sliced clean through, not worn, not frayed, but cut with surgical precision, as if by a blade. The edges were too clean for natural wear, too deliberate for coincidence. As I reached for my toolbox, a cold certainty settled in my stomach. I was not alone in this forest. Something watched from beyond the tree line. I could feel eyes, patient, hungry eyes, studying my every move. I worked quickly, mechanically, my hands knowing what to do while my senses remained hyper-aware of my surroundings. The forest seemed to lean closer with each passing minute, the shadows deepening even as the morning sun climbed higher. 1 hour stretched into 2, the belt replaced. I closed Eleanor's hood with a finality that echoed through the trees. Back in the cab, I found my coffee cold, though the thermos had been sealed tight. Even the air inside the cab felt wrong, thicker, heavier, like breathing through wet cotton. The engine roared to life, but brought no comfort. My hands trembled on the wheel as I pulled back onto the road, an instinctive tremor that came from somewhere deeper than conscious thought. I'd barely covered another mile when I saw him. A figure at the roadside who didn't belong in this world or any other. A man walking barefoot along the shoulder, one sock soaked crimson, jeans shredded at the knees. His denim jacket hung from his frame like it belonged to someone twice his size. No backpack, no water bottle, nothing to explain his presence on this forgotten stretch of highway. He didn't acknowledge my approach, just kept walking with the mechanical determination of someone who had forgotten how to stop. I should have accelerated past him. Every instinct screamed to keep moving. Instead, I slowed down. Rolled the passenger window halfway down. "Hey, buddy. You all right? Need a lift?" He stopped, turned, and I swear to you, his eyes looked right through me. Not in a threatening way, no. Worse, he looked like a man who had seen something, like whatever he'd gone through had stripped the color right out of him. His face was hollow, cheekbones jutting out sharp enough to cast shadows. Dark circles pooled beneath eyes that were wide, too wide, like they'd seen things they couldn't unsee. He opened his mouth, and his voice barely made it over the hum of my idling engine. "I've been walking since dawn," he said, voice hoarse, dry. "Name's Eli." I nodded toward the cab. "Hop in, man. Nearest town's miles back. You're not going to make it out here on foot." He hesitated for half a second, then climbed in without another word. His movements were stiff, mechanical, like his joints had forgotten how to bend properly. Up close, the blood on his sock looked fresh. When he settled into the seat, I could smell it. Sweat, dirt, fear, and something else. something metallic and sharp. I noticed it the second he sat down. He was shaking. Not from cold. This was inside-out shaking, the kind that comes after too much fear for too long. The tremors moved through his body in waves, starting in his shoulders and traveling down to his bloodied feet. His hands clutched at nothing, fingers curling and uncurling like they were searching for something to hold on to. I tried to ease the silence. "You local? Breakdown back there or something?" He didn't answer right away. His gaze remained fixed on the road ahead as if he expected something to materialize from the fog at any moment. Then, so quiet I almost didn't catch it, he muttered, "Anywhere but here." That was it, 3 words. Flat, hollow, no punctuation in his voice, like he'd rehearsed them in his head 1,000 times. I didn't press. Something about Eli told me, whatever road he was on before I found him, it didn't end well, and maybe, just maybe, it wasn't over yet. Eleanor's engine growled as we continued east, the sound unnaturally muffled by the thickening fog. The road twisted like a coiled snake, climbing through the hills and dipping into hollows so deep the sun barely touched the ground. We were heading along Max Patch Road, a name I'd only seen on paper until then. Let me tell you, what looked like a shortcut on the map felt more like a warning once you were on it. The trees pressed in tighter with every turn, heavy-limbed and hunched like old men whispering secrets. Fog clung to the asphalt, licking at the tires, rising and falling in slow, deliberate breaths. Even the birds seemed to have made peace with silence. Eli hadn't said a word since he got in. Just stared ahead, hands clenched on his lap, jaw tight. I glanced at him between navigating the curves, trying to piece together his story. His clothes weren't cheap. That denim jacket had been quality once, but they looked like they'd been through hell. There were marks on his wrists, raw circles where something had bitten into the skin. Not handcuffs, something rougher. Rope, maybe, or chains. A few miles in, I caught him dozing off, eyes fluttering, head dipping forward. But even in sleep, he didn't look peaceful. He twitched, murmured something under his breath, like he was trapped in a dream he couldn't outrun. "You hurt bad?" I finally asked, nodding toward his bloody sock. His eyes snapped open, darting to the wound as if he'd forgotten it was there. "I'll live," he whispered, then added, "if we keep moving." "Where you headed?" I asked. "Away." The word hung between us like smoke. Just away. The dashboard clock read 10:17 a.m., but the forest around us seemed locked in perpetual dusk. The fog had thickened, reducing visibility to barely 50 feet ahead. Eleanor's headlights cut through it in weak, diffused beams that revealed the road one curve at a time. "Got family somewhere?" I tried again, uncomfortable with the silence. Eli's face contorted, a flash of emotion so raw it looked painful. "Had," he corrected, swallowing hard. "Had family." I nodded, keeping my eyes on the road. Something in his voice told me not to dig deeper, not yet. Then, just as we crossed the bend that led us closer to Trust, North Carolina, he jolted upright, his breath hitched, eyes wide, pupils dilated like he'd just been thrown into ice water. "Stop," he whispered. "He's near." I didn't ask who or what. Something in his voice cut through me like a rusted blade. It wasn't panic, it was certainty. I eased the truck to a crawl, scanning the roadside. No houses, just a narrow dirt path leading into the woods on the right, barely visible through the undergrowth, like the forest was trying to reclaim it. Eli pressed himself against the door, one hand on the handle, muscles coiled tight as springs. His eyes were fixed on that dirt path, tracking something I couldn't see. "There," he breathed, pointing to what looked like tire tracks cutting through the mud. "Fresh ones." "That's his truck. He's hunting." "Who's hunting?" I asked. But I already knew I wouldn't like the answer. Eli turned to me then, and his eyes? God, his eyes had changed. The fear was still there, but behind it burned something fiercer. Determination. Desperation. "My sister and cousin are still in there," he said, voice steadier than it had been since I picked him up. 3 days ago he took us. I got out last night. Been walking ever since. Tried to flag down help, but there's never any cars on this road. Never any witnesses. Before I could process what he was saying, Eli's hand shot out, grabbing my arm with surprising strength. "Please," he begged. "They're still alive. I know they are. I promised I'd come back for them." 22 years of driving, and I'd never once stepped into someone else's nightmare. I'd passed accidents, helped stranded motorists, even called in suspicious activity once or twice. But this was different. This was diving headfirst into darkness. "We should call the police," I said, reaching for my cell phone even though I knew there was no service. Eli's laugh was hollow, bitter. By the time we reach anywhere with a signal, they'll be gone. He never stays in one place for long. That's how he's done this for years. That's why they've never caught him. I looked down the dirt path, disappearing into trees so dense they seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. Something cold settled in my gut. The rational part of my brain screamed to put the truck in gear and floor it. Get this stranger to the nearest town, let the authorities handle it. That's what a sensible man would do. But I've never claimed to be sensible. What's your plan? I asked, already reaching under my seat for the tire iron I kept there. 18 inches of solid steel that had helped me change more flats than I could count. Relief washed over Eli's face, so profound it nearly broke my heart. Thank you, he whispered. I know where he keeps them. I can get us in and out. He's alone, always works alone. I killed the engine and went to the side compartment, pulling out my flashlight and a roll of duct tape. Not much of an arsenal, but better than nothing. Eli watched me, his eyes tracking every movement like he was memorizing it. What's he look like? I asked, tucking the tire iron into my belt. Big, Eli said simply. Bigger than you'd think a man could be, gray in his beard. Eyes like, he faltered, searching for words, like there's nothing behind them. Just empty. We stepped out of the cab together, the silence of the forest swallowing the sound of our boots on gravel. The fog curled around our ankles like cold fingers, and the air smelled of wet earth and decay. I locked Eleanor's doors out of habit, though out here, who was there to steal her? Eli led the way, moving with a certainty that belied his injured leg. The dirt path narrowed as we followed it, branches reaching out to snag our clothes, roots rising from the ground to trip unwary feet. The deeper we went, the heavier the air felt, like we were walking into a place the world had forgotten. Then I saw it. A half-collapsed tobacco barn, swallowed by moss and rot, leaning to one side like it had been holding its breath for years. Rusted tools hung from broken pegs. The roof was caved in at the far corner, and the wood slats along the side looked clawed, split. Eli stood in front of it, frozen. His shoulders rose and fell like he'd run a marathon, his eyes locked on that building like it was alive. This is it, he said, voice cracking. This is where he kept us. He turned to me slowly. Tears had carved clean lines through the dirt on his face. My sister, my cousin, me. We were here for I don't even know how long. I got out, I got away, but they didn't. I couldn't speak, could barely breathe, because in that moment, standing there in that clearing, I knew this wasn't over for him, and now it wasn't over for me either. The silence in that clearing was unnatural, so thick it rang in my ears. I took a step forward, ready to pull Eli back, when the shadows moved. No warning, no sound, just a shift like the forest exhaled. And there he was. A massive man stepped out from the dark corner of the barn. Broad shoulders, gray-streaked beard down to his chest, a dirty flannel shirt stained with something dark, and in his hands, resting like a prayer, was a double-barreled shotgun. You boys lost? He asked. Calm, measured, like he'd been expecting company. I froze. Eli whimpered beside me. The man didn't wait for an answer. Inside, both of you. He raised the shotgun, no tremble in his grip. I've stared down diesel trucks skidding sideways on black ice, but that stare, that cold, unblinking stare, locked my legs in place. We moved. He kept the barrels trained on us the whole way. The inside of that barn smelled like time had given up. Mold, sweat, something sharp. The air hung heavy with decay and something else, something human and desperate. My eyes adjusted slowly to the dim light filtering through gaps in the weathered walls, revealing the nightmare we'd stepped into. There were chains bolted to the walls, crates stacked in corners. A lantern flickered near the doorway, casting warped shadows that danced too slow. The dirt floor was packed hard, darkened in places with stains I didn't want to identify. In one corner, a pile of clothes lay torn and discarded. Women's clothes. My stomach turned. He herded us to the back, opened a stall gate with a creak that screamed louder than I ever could, and motioned us inside. The click of the latch behind us might as well have been a coffin lid. Eli collapsed to the dirt floor, clutching his head. I stayed standing, heart hammering, scanning every corner of that stall. Wooden slats, old nails, rotted paneling near the base. Nothing useful, nothing sharp, nothing but desperation and dust. Where are they? Eli whispered once the man's footsteps receded. My sister? My cousin? I shook my head, placing a steadying hand on his shoulder. We'll find them, I promised, though the words felt hollow in my throat. And then it hit me, my wrench kit, still under the driver's seat of the truck. If I could get to it, I crouched next to Eli and whispered, I've got tools in the cab, if I can get out. I can get back in. He didn't look up, just nodded, trembling. We waited. Long minutes stretched like hours. The man paced outside, muttering to himself, sometimes laughing, sometimes silent. Through the cracks in the wooden slats, I could see him moving around the clearing, checking something in the bed of a mud-splattered pickup truck parked just beyond the barn. "He took Sarah first," Eli whispered, so low I barely caught it. "My sister. We were just hiking, you know, the three of us, following the Appalachian Trail. We'd gone off-route, looking for a waterfall somebody at the last shelter told us about." His voice cracked. "He came out of nowhere, had a rifle, said he needed help with something down the road. When Kyle, that's my cousin, when Kyle said we had to get back to the trail, he shot him in the leg, just like that. No warning." I listened, my eyes never leaving the cracks where I could monitor the man's movements. 3 days, Eli continued. 3 days in here. He'd take one of us out at a time. Sarah hasn't come back since yesterday morning. When the footsteps finally faded toward the front of the barn, I moved. I pressed against the back wall, tested the lower plank. It groaned, but it gave. Years of rot had eaten through the base. I slipped out, boots barely touching the ground, and crouched low. My breath caught in my throat with every creak of the barn. The man was nowhere in sight as I eased my way toward the front entrance, staying in the shadows. Outside, the fog had thickened, providing cover I desperately needed. I made it out into the heavy air. The trees didn't feel like cover. They felt like they were holding their breath, watching, waiting to see if I'd make it. The truck sat just beyond the brush, ghostly under the filtered sunlight. I reached the door, popped it open and slid my hand under the seat until my fingers found the metal case. That wrench kit weighed heavier than usual, like the whole world was pressing down on it. As I turned to head back, a glint of metal caught my eye. In the bed of the man's pickup truck, something reflected the dull light. Tools, hunting gear, and something else. A small black handbag, women's. Beside it, a blood-stained backpack. My blood ran cold. I didn't run. I crept. Every twig, every dry leaf felt like an alarm bell. But I made it back, slid under the stall panel, tools in hand, soaked in sweat. Eli's eyes met mine, hollow but wide with a flicker of hope, and for the first time since that road turned wrong, I let myself believe we might make it out. "Saw some bags in his truck," I whispered, opening the kit. One of them looked like a woman's purse. Eli's eyes flashed. "Sarah's. She never goes anywhere without it." His voice strengthened. "She's alive. Has to be." The lock was old, rusted through in places, but it fought me like it still had a purpose. My hands trembled as I worked the flathead into the gap, turning slowly, carefully, every metallic scrape sounding louder than it should have in that suffocating quiet. Eli sat beside me, arms wrapped around his knees, rocking slightly, eyes fixed on the stall gate like he was afraid it would vanish. Then click. The latch gave way. I grabbed Eli's arm. "Let's go." We slipped through the stall door like ghosts, trying not to be heard. The barn moaned with age, every board threatening to betray us. We kept low, moved fast, past the crates, past the chains, toward the thin sliver of daylight cutting through the doorway. The barn seemed larger now, stretching impossibly as we crept forward. The shadows deeper, the air thicker, like the place itself was trying to hold us back. "Wait," Eli hissed, pulling me toward a closed door at the side of the barn I hadn't noticed before. "This is where he took them." My guts screamed to keep moving, to get out while we could. But the desperation in Eli's eyes, I couldn't say no. I nodded, and we changed course. The door wasn't locked, just stuck with age and warped wood. It groaned as we forced it open, revealing a small room that might once have been an office. The stench hit me first, copper and waste and fear. Then my eyes adjusted to the darkness. 2 forms huddled in the corner. One still, 2 still, sprawled at an unnatural angle. The other moved. Lifted her head, eyes wide with terror, then recognition. "Eli?" The whisper was barely audible. A girl's voice stretched thin with pain. "Sarah," Eli breathed, rushing forward. "I came back. I promised I'd come back." I stood frozen in the doorway, eyes locked on the motionless form beside Sarah. Kyle, I presumed. The cousin. He wasn't moving because he'd never move again. His throat had been cut, the wound black in the dim light. Flies already gathering. Sarah was alive, but barely. Her face was bruised, one eye swollen shut. Her wrists were raw, like Eli's had been, and her clothes were torn. But she was breathing, conscious, alive. "Can you walk?" Eli asked, helping her to her feet. She nodded weakly. He said he'd be back. Said he was going hunting. We have to go, I urged, the dead boy's vacant eyes burning into my memory. Now, we were 5 feet from freedom when the scream of metal on metal shattered the night, the front door flying open. Hey! The man's voice tore through the barn like a shotgun blast, and then came the real one, boom! Eli screamed and hit the dirt. I felt his grip falter as he clutched his leg, blood pouring from just below the knee. Get up, I hissed, grabbing under his arm. Sarah was already at the door, frozen in terror. Eli tried, God, he tried. But his leg was useless, so I dragged him, out of the barn, into the trees, through brambles that tore at our clothes, down a narrow trail worn more by deer than men. Sarah stumbled ahead of us, looking back, her face a mask of terror and determination. My lungs burned and my boots slipped on wet leaves, but I didn't stop. The second shot rang out, boom. It ripped through the branches just over my shoulder. I felt the heat of it, like death brushing past, but I saw it up ahead, NC Highway 63. That thin ribbon of asphalt glowing under the filtered sunlight, and sitting right off the shoulder, thank every God in heaven, my truck. I hauled Eli the last few yards, threw open the door and shoved him in like a bag of sand. Sarah scrambled in after him, pressing herself against the far door. His blood smeared the seat, his breaths came in shallow, sharp bursts. I dove behind the wheel. The man's voice echoed through the trees behind us, closer now. Feral, shouting something I couldn't understand. Maybe it wasn't even words, maybe it was just rage. I turned the key. The engine coughed once, then caught. Headlights flared to life. I slammed the gas. Gravel exploded beneath us as the truck lurched forward. In the mirror I saw him step out of the trees, shotgun raised one last time. Another flash, another roar, but this time it missed, and I didn't look back again. We didn't speak the entire drive to Waynesville. Eli was half conscious, his leg wrapped in one of my old work shirts, bleeding through. He stared out the window, breathing shallow, lips moving like he was whispering to someone who wasn't there. Sarah sat rigid beside him, one hand clutching her brother's, the other pressed against the window like she was afraid it might disappear. Her gaze darted to the side mirrors every few seconds, watching the road behind us as if expecting to see that mud-splattered pickup materialize from the fog. The truck rattled down the mountain roads, headlights cutting through fog like blades. My hand stayed locked on the wheel. I don't even remember blinking. By the time we reached Allen's Creek Road, the town lights hit us like salvation. A rundown gas station sat at the corner, neon buzzing, one pump lit, the rest dark. I pulled in so hard the tires screeched. Still no cell service. I ran inside, shouted for help. A night clerk, barely 20, looked up from his phone, saw the blood on my shirt and went white. Call 911, I barked. And then, everything blurred. Red and blue lights. The sound of a siren cracking through the silence like thunder. Voices, radios, boots on gravel. Eli lay stretched across the bench seat, face pale, leg trembling. He barely flinched when the EMTs arrived. They slid him onto a stretcher, talking calmly like it was any other Thursday. But Eli had gone somewhere else. Sarah wouldn't let go of her brother's hand. Not until a female officer gently pulled her away, wrapping a blanket around her shoulders. The girl moved like she was underwater, slow, disoriented. She kept looking back at the road we'd come from. I stood beside my truck, answering questions, telling the story over and over. Yes, I picked him up on Highway 209. No, I didn't know him before. Yes, he told me his sister was in danger. No, I didn't see anyone else at the barn besides the man with the shotgun. Yes, there was another body. A young man. No, I couldn't identify him. They took my statement, my contact information, promised to follow up. Said they'd send units out to the barn immediately. Thanked me for my bravery, though I didn't feel brave. I felt hollow, like something essential had been scooped out of me, leaving just a shell standing in a gas station parking lot. At the hospital later that night, Eli came back to us, told the Haywood County deputies everything. The man's name, what he'd done, the others who'd never made it out. Said the barn wasn't new, said it had been happening for years, decades maybe. Said there were pictures in the man's truck, Polaroids of other hikers, other victims. Said the man talked about them sometimes, boasted about them. They sent units out, deputies, dogs, helicopters. They found the barn just like we said. But it was empty. No man, no weapons, no blood, no chains, no sign that anything had happened at all, like the forest had swallowed it whole. They found Kyle's body, though, half buried in a shallow grave behind the barn. That much was real. But everything else? They chalked it up as some vagrant's hideout, said Eli was probably confused, said the trauma was playing tricks on his memory. But I saw what I saw, I felt what I felt. And I'll never forget the last thing Eli said before they wheeled him back for surgery. He's still out there, watching the road, waiting for someone else to stop. The police investigation lasted 3 weeks. They combed those woods, interviewed locals, ran the description through every database they had. They found no record of any serial predator matching the man's description, no pattern of disappearances along that stretch of road, at least none they could connect. They never found a body, no footprints, no shell casings, no sign anyone had been living in that barn. The stall where we were held, empty, dusty, like it hadn't been opened in years. The slats I slipped through, solid, untouched. They treated it like a ghost story. Said Eli must have been delirious, that maybe I'd imagined parts of it too. Stress, fatigue, shock. You know how they talk when they've already decided not to believe you? Polite nods, thin smiles, empty paperwork. But something happened in those woods, something real. And he was real. A man with eyes like glass and a shotgun held like scripture. A man who didn't shout or curse, just waited, like he knew someone else would always come. I stayed in Waynesville long enough to see Eli through his first surgery, visited Sarah at her aunt's house where she'd gone to recover. Neither of them would ever be the same. The doctor said Eli's leg would heal, eventually, but the limping wasn't what worried me. It was the way his eyes never stopped searching the room, the way he flinched at sudden movements, the way he wouldn't sleep with the lights off. Sarah was worse in some ways. She didn't speak for days after they found her. When she finally did, her voice was different, hollow, like it was coming from somewhere far away. She wouldn't talk about what happened in that barn, not to the police, not to the therapists, not even to Eli. Some horrors can't be put into words. After that night, I changed my routes. No more shortcuts, no more back roads, no more winding through the Blue Ridge thinking I was saving time. Now I stick to the big highways, bright lights, traffic, witnesses, because there's a silence out there on those forgotten roads, an ancient kind, the kind that doesn't echo back. I still drive past signs pointing toward hot springs, toward trust, and my hands tighten on the wheel every time. I never went back, and I never will. That stretch between those two towns, it's not on any of my maps anymore, but if yours ever lead you there, don't stop, don't slow down, and for God's sake, don't pick anyone up. 6 months passed. Life went on as it always does after horror. The seasons changed, summer heat giving way to fall chill, then the bite of winter. I kept driving, kept moving, like staying in motion could somehow outrun the memories. I'd get calls from Eli sometimes, late at night when the pain in his leg kept him awake, or the nightmares were too vivid to go back to sleep. We'd talk about nothing important, baseball scores, gas prices, the weather, careful to circle around the one thing that connected us. But sometimes, in the pauses between words, I could hear him gathering courage. "Dennis," he said one night in February, his voice tight. "I need to tell you something." "I'm listening," I said, sitting up in my motel bed, suddenly alert. "I went back," he confessed, "last week. Had to see it again." My blood ran cold. "The barn? Eli, why would you?" "It's gone," he cut me off. "Burned to the ground, nothing left but ash and some stone foundation." I didn't know what to say. Relief warred with a new kind of dread in my chest. "Local sheriffs said it was probably kids," Eli continued. "Teenagers messing around. But, I prompted when he fell silent. "I found something in the ashes. A necklace. Sarah's necklace. The one she was wearing when his voice broke. The one she was wearing when he took her. The police gave it back to her after they found us. She never takes it off, Dennis. Never. Except she lost it 2 weeks ago. Said it must have fallen off somewhere in her apartment." My mouth went dry. "What are you saying?" "He knows where we are," Eli whispered. "He's been watching us. Maybe watching you too." I wanted to dismiss it. Wanted to tell him it was coincidence, paranoia, trauma playing tricks. But I remembered those eyes, that stillness, that patient certainty. This wasn't a man who gave up. This wasn't a man who forgot. "Be careful," I told him. "Keep your doors locked. Maybe stay somewhere else for a while." "Yeah," he agreed. But his voice had that hollow quality again. "Maybe I will." That was the last time I spoke to Eli Walker. 3 days later, his sister Sarah called me, frantic. Eli hadn't shown up for their weekly dinner, wasn't answering his phone. His apartment was empty. Bed made, no sign of struggle, no note, just gone. The police filed a report, but there wasn't much to go on. A 26-year-old man with a history of trauma and nightmares, possibly unstable, no signs of foul play. They suggested he might have left voluntarily, needed space, would turn up when he was ready. They didn't understand what we were dealing with. Sarah knew. I knew. But knowing didn't help find him. I took time off work, drove to Asheville where Eli had been living, spent days retracing his steps, talking to neighbors, checking hospitals, shelters, anywhere he might have gone. Nothing. It was like he'd vanished into thin air. On the fourth day, I found myself driving east out of the city, not fully conscious of my destination until I saw the sign for Highway 29. Something pulled me back, some gravitational force I couldn't resist. The day was clear, unusually warm for March. No fog, no shadows, just mountain sunshine bouncing off the remnants of last week's snow. The road looked different in daylight, almost innocent, just asphalt cutting through hills, curves that didn't seem as sharp, trees that kept a respectful distance. I told myself I was just looking for closure, for some sign of what happened to Eli. But deeper down, in a place I didn't want to examine too closely, I knew I was looking for him. The man with the gray-streaked beard and empty eyes, the hunter. The burned remains of the barn were exactly as Eli had described. Nothing but a blackened rectangle on the ground, some stone foundation, charred timbers collapsed into ash. No police tape, no sign anyone had been investigating, just another forgotten structure in these ancient mountains. I parked on the shoulder and walked the perimeter, not sure what I was looking for. The air smelled clean, no hint of the decay that had filled that place before. Birds sang in the trees, squirrels chattered. The world had moved on. I was about to leave when I noticed it. Tire tracks, fresh ones, cutting through the mud beside what had been the barn. Not police vehicles, those had come and gone weeks ago. These were recent, maybe days old. The tread pattern looked familiar. My heart hammered against my ribs as I followed the tracks. They led deeper into the woods away from the road, following a faint trail I wouldn't have noticed if I wasn't looking for it. 100 yards in, the trees opened into another small clearing, and there it stood. A cabin, small but solid. Fresh-cut timber, metal roof, chimney releasing a thin stream of smoke into the clear air. A mud-splattered pickup truck parked beside it. I should have run, should have gone straight to the police. But something held me there, rooted to the spot, staring at that cabin like it was a mirage that might vanish if I blinked. The door opened. He stepped out onto the porch exactly as I remembered him. Broad shoulders, gray-streaked beard, flannel shirt. No shotgun this time, just a coffee mug in one massive hand. He looked directly at me, and though I was too far to see his expression clearly, I felt the weight of those empty eyes. He raised the mug slightly, almost like a greeting. Then he turned and went back inside, leaving the door open behind him. An invitation. I stood frozen, heart thundering in my ears. In that moment I understood something terrible. This wasn't just about Eli, or Sarah, or the others who had crossed this man's path. This was older, deeper. This was about the road, the forest, the silence. This man wasn't just a predator. He was a caretaker, a guardian of something ancient that lived in these mountains, and now he was waiting for me to make a choice. I turned and ran, didn't stop until I reached my truck, hands shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the ignition. As I pulled onto the highway, I glanced in my rearview mirror. The road behind me was empty, no one followed, but in my gut I knew this wasn't over. Not for me, not for Eli, not for anyone who traveled that stretch of road. 3 days later, they found Eli's car abandoned at a trailhead near Hot Springs. The same trailhead where he, his sister, and his cousin had started their hike 6 months earlier. Inside the glove compartment was a single Polaroid photograph. 3 hikers smiling at the camera, mountains rising behind them. On the back, written in blocky capitals, "They always come back." The search for Eli Walker continues to this day. Sometimes I think about joining it, about going back to those woods, finding that cabin again. But something stops me, the same something that makes my hands shake when I see a fog-shrouded road or hear the crack of a branch in the forest. After that night, I changed my routes. No more shortcuts, no more back roads, no more winding through the Blue Ridge thinking I was saving time. Now I stick to the big highways, bright lights, traffic, witnesses, because there's a silence out there on those forgotten roads. An ancient kind, the kind that doesn't echo back. I still drive past signs pointing toward Hot Springs, toward trust, and my hands tighten on the wheel every time. That stretch between those 2 towns, it's not on any of my maps anymore, but if yours ever lead you there, don't stop. Don't slow down. And for God's sake, don't pick anyone up, because if you do, pray you don't run into him. And remember, no matter how far you run, no matter how long you drive, some roads never end. They just wait for you to come back. I was never one to scare easy. Came from working as a logger in northern Minnesota where you'd have more to worry about falling from a tree than any story of monsters. My father used to say fear was for people who weren't paying attention to their surroundings, and I had taken that to heart. But nothing in the woods prepares you for what they don't tell you about. The things they hide away, even from the people trained to deal with them. The call came in the early hours when the morning fog had yet to clear from the valleys. Secret Service work, they said, but we all knew what that meant. Cryptid hunt. I was already halfway through my coffee when I grabbed my pack. The others, Marcus, Ethan, and Sarah, were waiting by the helipad. None of us spoke. No need. This was our job. I'd been with the unit for 8 years now. Started back when the government still denied our existence. Now they just buried us in classified paperwork and gave us enough resources to keep whatever was out there from making headlines. My specialty was tracking. 20 years as a logger before the service recruited me meant I could read the forest better than most. "Brief me," I said to Marcus as we climbed aboard the Black Hawk. Marcus was our team leader, ex-military, with the kind of 1,000-yard stare that meant he'd seen things even before joining our unit. 3 hikers gone missing in the last 2 weeks. Experienced outdoorsman, not the type to get lost. He handed me a tablet showing the topographic map of our destination. Local rangers found what was left of the first victim yesterday. Whatever did it wasn't natural. "Bears?" Ethan suggested. He was the youngest on our team, still thought there might be rational explanations for the things we hunted. Sarah snorted, checking her rifle for the 3rd time. "Bears don't drag people 7 miles uphill. Bears don't remove limbs with surgical precision." The helicopter rose above the tree line, and I watched as civilization gave way to endless green. Somewhere in those mountains was something that didn't belong, something that hunted humans with purpose. My stomach tightened, not from fear but anticipation. This was the job, tracking down the things that shouldn't exist, the creatures that fell between the cracks of scientific classification. "They're calling it Sector 19, Marcus continued. "Remote area, minimal civilian presence. Nearest town is Blackridge, population 506, about 30 miles south. Locals report unusual wildlife behavior. Birds gone silent, deer migration patterns disrupted." "Always the damn birds," I muttered. Animals knew when something was wrong long before humans caught on. "What about the victim?" I asked. Marcus hesitated, then passed me a sealed folder. Not for the faint of heart. I opened it and immediately understood his warning. The photos showed what remained of a human body, or rather pieces arranged in a deliberate pattern. Bones had been extracted and positioned around the torso like some macabre art installation. The flesh showed evidence of both teeth marks and clean incisions. "Jesus," I breathed. "This thing is intelligent," Sarah said, looking over my shoulder. "It's not just hunting for food, it's sending a message," I agreed. As the helicopter began its descent toward a small clearing, I felt that familiar chill settle over me. Not fear, focus. The kind that sharpened your senses and kept you alive when everything else wanted you dead. We touched down in a barren clearing near the base of a steep cliffside. The rotors kicked up dust and pine needles as we disembarked, equipment bags slung over our shoulders. The pilot gave us a nod, knowing he'd return in 3 days, or sooner if our emergency beacon activated. "Standard perimeter sweep," Marcus ordered as the helicopter lifted off. 1 mile radius from the LZ. Sarah with me, Ethan with Jack. The forest closed around us like a tomb as Ethan and I moved northwest. The canopy was thick here, filtering the sunlight into weak, scattered beams that barely reached the forest floor. It was quiet, too quiet. No birdsong, no rustling of small animals in the underbrush. "You feel that?" Ethan whispered after we'd been walking for 20 minutes. I nodded. The air felt heavy, charged with something I couldn't name. The hair on my arms stood on end despite the summer heat. "It knows we're here," I said. "How could it?" "Because it's been watching us since we landed." I knelt to examine a depression in the soft earth. Not quite a footprint. More like something heavy had been dragged through the leaf litter. I followed the trail with my eyes, noting how it curved around a large boulder and disappeared into the denser part of the forest. "Our first victim came through here," I said, pointing to a broken branch about 7 feet up. Something cut this clean, not natural breakage. Ethan swallowed hard. "And whatever took him," I stood up slowly, scanning the tree line. "It's learning. Watching how we move, what we carry." We continued our sweep, finding more disturbing signs as we progressed. A torn backpack wedged between rocks, its contents scattered. A single hiking boot, the leather shredded, but no blood visible. And most concerning, Small piles of stones arranged in triangular formations at seemingly random intervals. Markers, I said, kicking one apart. It's mapping its territory. Our radios crackled to life. Team 2 report, came Marcus's voice. Definite signs of both victims and predator, I replied. No visual contact yet, but evidence of territorial marking. This thing's intelligent, Marcus, more than we anticipated. Roger that. We've found blood trails heading east toward the ridge. Rendezvous at base camp at 1800. Watch your 6. As we turned to head back, I caught a glimpse of movement from the corner of my eye. Just a shadow shifting between trees, too quick to identify. But it was enough to confirm what I already knew. The hunter had become the hunted. Base camp was established in a natural clearing bordered on one side by a fast-moving river and on the other by a steep rock face. Defensible position with good visibility. As night fell, we gathered around a small fire, comparing notes from our initial reconnaissance. Whatever this thing is, it's methodical, Marcus said, marking areas on our map where signs had been found. The attacks aren't random. It's establishing a hunting ground and studying its prey, Sarah added. She'd laid out the contents of her pack, an impressive arsenal of specialized weapons. The question is it hunting humans specifically, or just anything that enters its territory? The arrangement of the bodies suggests ritual, Ethan offered. Maybe some kind of cult activity? I shook my head. No human did this. The drag marks I found, whatever left them weighs at least 300 pounds and moves on all fours, but the stride length suggests it can probably stand upright if needed. Bear walk, Sarah suggested, referencing an old Native American legend. Maybe, I conceded, but I've never seen a bear walk arrange bodies like artwork. The fire crackled, sending shadows dancing across our faces. Beyond our small circle of light, the forest waited, patient and watchful. I couldn't shake the sensation of eyes on us, observing our every move. We established a rotating watch schedule, 2 hours on, 6 off. I took first shift with Sarah, positioning ourselves on opposite sides of the camp. You've been quiet, she observed after about an hour of silence. Just listening, I replied. To what? There's nothing out there. Exactly. No owls, no nighthawks, not even insects. Everything's hiding. Sarah nodded, adjusting her night vision goggles. I've been on 17 hunts with this unit, never felt anything like this. Like what? She hesitated. Like we're being evaluated. A twig snapped somewhere in the darkness, and we both froze, weapons raised. For several heartbeats there was only silence, then a low, rumbling sound that wasn't quite a growl but something deeper, more resonant, like stones grinding against each other. Movement. 2 o'clock, 50 meters, Sarah whispered. I trained my rifle where she indicated, peering through the thermal scope. At first I saw nothing, then a heat signature bloomed like a flower, massive, at least 7 feet tall, moving with a strange loping gait between the trees. I've got visual, I confirmed. Moving parallel to our position, not approaching. It's testing our perimeter, Sarah said. Checking our response. The creature paused, and for a moment I swore it looked directly at us, directly at me, though I couldn't make out any features through the thermal imaging. Then it simply melted back into the forest, its heat signature fading as if it had never been there. Should we wake the others? Sarah asked. No, I decided. It's not attacking, just observing. Let them rest. We'll need everyone sharp tomorrow. But sleep didn't come easy when my watch ended. I lay in my tent, listening to the unnatural silence of the forest, replaying that moment when the creature had seemed to look right into me. There had been intelligence in that gaze, a calculating awareness that made my skin crawl. Dawn broke with a thin mist clinging to the ground. We ate quickly, prepared our gear, and formed a new plan of attack. We track it to its den, Marcus said firmly. Based on the evidence, I'm betting it's somewhere along the eastern ridge. We go in pairs, maintain radio contact every 15 minutes. And if we find it? Ethan asked. Marcus patted the tranquilizer rifle slung across his back. Protocol says capture if possible. But if this thing is as dangerous as it seems, he didn't need to finish the sentence. We all understood the unspoken directive: eliminate the threat. Ethan and I headed northeast, following a faint game trail that wound through increasingly dense undergrowth. The forest seemed to close in around us, branches reaching like gnarled fingers, roots rising from the earth to trip unwary feet. Did you see it last night? Ethan asked as we climbed over a fallen log. Briefly, I admitted. Through thermal only. What did it look like? I considered the question. Big. Moved strangely, but smart, Ethan. Whatever it is, it's watching us as much as we're watching it. We pushed deeper into the forest, following subtle signs. Broken vegetation, occasional prints in soft earth, scrape marks on trees that were too high for any normal animal. The trail led us to a small stream, where we found our first concrete evidence. "Look," I said, pointing to the muddy bank. A clear footprint was pressed into the soft earth, massive, easily twice the size of my hand, with 5 distinct toes ending in sharp claw marks. But the shape was all wrong, too elongated. The heel narrow like a human's, but the front splayed wide like a predator's paw. "What leaves a print like that?" Ethan whispered. Before I could answer, our radio crackled to life with Sarah's voice, tight with urgency. "Contact! We have contact! Eastern Ridge, half-click from the ravine. It's—" Her voice cut off in a burst of static. "Sarah! Marcus!" I shouted into the radio. Nothing but dead air responded. Ethan and I exchanged a glance, then broke into a run, heading toward the coordinates of their last known position. The forest seemed to fight us every step of the way, branches whipping at our faces, hidden roots threatening to send us sprawling. We burst into a small clearing and froze. Blood spattered the ground and nearby trees, a trail of it leading into the underbrush. Marcus's pack lay torn open, its contents scattered. "Marcus!" Ethan called. "Sarah, quiet!" I hissed, grabbing his arm. It might still be here. We moved cautiously through the clearing, weapons at the ready. The blood trail led to a large oak tree where we found Marcus propped against the trunk, his face pale but alive. His left arm hung at an unnatural angle, clearly broken, and a deep gash ran across his chest. "It took Sarah," he gasped when he saw us. "Fast. So damn fast. Never seen anything move like that." "Which way?" I demanded, already scanning the forest. Marcus pointed weakly toward a dense thicket. "It wasn't trying to kill us," he said. "It was selecting." A chill ran down my spine at his words. I turned to Ethan. "Get him back to camp. Patch him up. Call for emergency extraction." "What about you?" Ethan protested. I checked my rifle, making sure a round was chambered. "I'm going after Sarah." "That's suicide," Marcus coughed. "You didn't see this thing, Jack. It's not like anything we've hunted before." "All the more reason not to leave Sarah with it," I replied grimly. "Get to the LZ, signal for pickup. If I'm not back by nightfall." I didn't finish the sentence. We all knew what it meant. With a final nod to my teammates, I plunged into the forest, following the trail of broken vegetation and occasional blood droplets that marked the creature's passage. The hunt had taken an unexpected turn. Now I was pursuing the predator alone, deeper into its territory, with no backup and dwindling daylight. But I had one advantage. I knew the forest better than most. And something told me this creature, for all its strength and cunning, was not native to these woods. It was an intruder, just like us. And every intruder leaves signs. Chapter 3. Into the dark. The trail left by the creature was erratic, sometimes clear as day with broken branches and disturbed earth, other times vanishing completely as if it had taken to the trees or simply disappeared. I moved as silently as possible, stopping frequently to listen, to feel the forest around me. After an hour of tracking, the vegetation began to change. The familiar pines and oaks gave way to twisted, stunted trees I didn't recognize. The ground became rockier, with patches of strange, pale moss growing in spiral patterns. Everything felt wrong. The air seemed thicker, the shadows deeper. I checked my GPS. According to the map, I was approaching the Eastern Ridge, where several caves dotted the mountainside. A perfect den for a predator. A soft sound stopped me in my tracks. Not quite a voice, not quite an animal call. It came again, a rhythmic series of clicks and low hums that seemed to reverberate through the trees themselves. I crouched low, using a boulder for cover, and scanned the area ahead. The forest opened into a small ravine, at the bottom of which lay a dark cave entrance partially hidden by fallen rocks. Around the entrance, the ground was bare, as if nothing would grow there, and arranged in a semicircle before the cave were bones, dozens of them, from animals and, I suspected with growing horror, humans. Movement caught my eye. Something emerged from the cave. A large, dark shape that moved with that same strange, fluid gait I'd glimpsed through the thermal scope. In the daylight, I finally got a clear look at our quarry. It stood upright, easily 7 feet tall, but its proportions were all wrong. Its torso was too long, limbs bent at odd angles that suggested an internal structure different from any terrestrial mammal. Dark, matted fur covered most of its body, but patches were missing, revealing skin that looked like wet leather stretched over protruding bones. Its head was the most disturbing feature. elongated like a wolf's skull but too wide at the jaw, with a mouth that opened far wider than should be possible. And its eyes, black, glistening orbs that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. The creature moved to the center of its bone collection and dropped something. No, someone. Sarah. She lay motionless, but I could see the slight rise and fall of her chest. Alive, at least for now. I reached for my radio, intending to call Ethan, when the creature suddenly stiffened. It turned, those black eyes scanning the tree line until they fixed exactly where I was hiding. It knew I was there. It had known all along. A low rumble emanated from its chest, that same stone-grinding sound we'd heard in camp. Then, to my shock, it spoke. "Hunter," it said. The word mangled and distorted as if forced through vocal cords never meant for human speech. "Come." My blood ran cold. This wasn't just an animal or even a cryptid as we understood them. This was something with intelligence, with purpose. I had two choices: retreat and bring back reinforcements, possibly leaving Sarah to die, or confront this thing now, alone. It wasn't really a choice at all. I stepped out from behind the boulder, rifle trained on the creature's chest. "Let her go," I said, my voice steadier than I felt. The creature tilted its head, regarding me with those black eyes. "Exchange," it said. "Knowledge. For female." "What kind of knowledge?" I asked, buying time as I assessed the situation. Sarah was unconscious but appeared unharmed. The cave entrance was about 30 yards away. If I could get closer, your kind, your weapons, your purpose. The creature took a step forward, its movements jerky yet somehow graceful. "Why hunt us?" "Us?" I repeated, a new fear blooming in my chest. "There are more of you?" The creature made a sound that might have been laughter, a horrible, rattling noise. "Many, learning, watching." I tightened my grip on the rifle. "We hunt what threatens us. You killed those hikers, arranged their bodies." "Study," it replied simply. "Learn structure. Weakness," it gestured to the bone collection. "Improve." A sickening realization dawned on me. It wasn't just hunting, it was dissecting, learning human anatomy, perhaps even evolving. The implications were too horrifying to fully process. "Let Sarah go," I said again, taking a careful step forward. "And we can talk. Exchange knowledge." The creature considered this, those black eyes unreadable. Then it moved with blinding speed, not toward me but to Sarah's prone form. It hoisted her up with one clawed hand, holding her dangling like a rag doll. "Approach," it commanded. "Alone, no weapon." I slowly lowered my rifle, calculating the distance, the angles, my chances. They weren't good, but I kept moving forward, step by careful step, into the ravine. As I drew closer, the stench hit me, a rotting chemical smell that burned my nostrils and made my eyes water. The creature watched my approach, its head making small, bird-like movements of assessment. "What are you?" I asked, now close enough to see the strange texture of its skin, the way its fur seemed to move slightly even without wind. "Visitor," it replied. Then, with surprising gentleness, it laid Sarah on the ground between us. "Like you, explorer, scientist." I risked a glance at Sarah. Her breathing was steady, but a strange iridescent substance coated her right arm where a deep gash had been. Some kind of anesthetic secretion, perhaps. "Our world's different," the creature continued, its speech becoming more fluid as if it was learning our language in real time. "Your species, interesting, primitive but adaptive." My mind raced. This thing was claiming to be some kind of extraterrestrial researcher? It seemed impossible, yet looking at its alien physiology, the strange intelligence in those eyes. "The hikers," I said. "The body arrangements. That was research?" "Comparative anatomy," it replied as casually as a university professor. "Your species varies, needs categorization." Anger flared through my fear. Those were people, with lives, families. The creature made that terrible laughing sound again. "Your kind does same. Dissect, study, tag and release." It gestured to the forest around us. "All specimens to you." I couldn't argue with its twisted logic. How many animals had humans captured, tagged, studied, and dissected in the name of science? To this thing, we were just another species to catalog. I was close enough now to reach Sarah. I crouched beside her, checking her pulse, strong and steady. Whatever the creature had done, it hadn't intended to kill her, yet. "We go now," I said, gathering Sarah in my arms. She was lighter than I expected, but still a burden that would slow my escape. "No more specimens. This area is protected." The creature tilted its head again. "Protected?" By what authority? By human authority, I said firmly. This is our world. For a long moment, the creature stared at me, those black eyes seemingly looking through me rather than at me. Then it made a gesture I didn't understand, a complex movement of its clawed hands. Agreement? Temporary, it finally said. We have many worlds. You have one. Fascinating specimens deserve conservation. A chill ran through me at its words. Conservation, like an endangered species preserve. Was that how it viewed Earth, a wildlife sanctuary? Others study elsewhere, it added, confirming my fears. Learning your cities, your technology, your weapons. There are more of you? In our cities? I asked, unable to keep the horror from my voice. The creature's mouth opened in what might have been a smile, revealing rows of teeth like obsidian needles. Everywhere, always watching, always learning. With Sarah in my arms, I began backing away, never taking my eyes off the creature. It made no move to stop me, simply watching with that unnerving stillness. One question, it said as I reached the edge of the ravine. Why do you fear? I paused, considering the strange query. Fear keeps us alive, warns us of danger. No, the creature said, shaking its head in an unsettlingly human gesture. Unnecessary, inefficient. We removed fear, improved, and with that, it turned and loped back into the darkness of the cave, leaving me with an unconscious teammate and a revelation too enormous to comprehend. They were here. They were studying us. And they were everywhere. The return journey was arduous. Sarah remained unconscious, forcing me to carry her through increasingly difficult terrain as darkness began to fall. The forest seemed different now, every shadow potentially concealing one of those visitors, every unusual sound a communication I couldn't understand. I stopped frequently to rest, each time checking Sarah's condition. The strange substance on her wound had hardened into a translucent film, and beneath it, I could see the gash was already closing, healing at an accelerated rate that no human body could achieve naturally. What did they do to you? I whispered, though she couldn't hear me. About halfway back to camp, Sarah stirred, her eyelids fluttering. Jack? She murmured, voice weak. What happened? Easy, I said, helping her sit up against a tree trunk. You were taken. I got you back. Sarah's eyes suddenly widened, her hand flying to her wounded arm. It spoke to me, she said, voice trembling. In my head, while I was unconscious, it was studying me. A cold dread settled in my stomach. What did it say? Not words exactly, images, concepts. She squeezed her eyes shut as if trying to block out the memory. It showed me others like it, in different places, cities, laboratories, military bases. They're gathering information, Jack, planning something. I offered her my canteen, which she accepted with shaking hands. Did it tell you what they want? Sarah took a long drink before answering. They're assessing threat levels, cataloging weaknesses. It's like they're preparing for something. I helped Sarah to her feet. She was unsteady but insisted she could walk. We need to get back to camp. Radio this in. They won't believe us, she said bitterly. Remember the Yellowstone incident? 3 agents dead, and they classified it as a bear attack. She was right. Our unit existed in a strange limbo, officially acknowledged, but our findings frequently buried or rewritten to fit conventional explanations. A conspiracy theorist might say we were just a containment team, meant to suppress the truth rather than expose it. As we continued our trek back to base camp, Sarah described more of what she'd experienced. The strange telepathic communication, glimpses of the creature's world or dimension, and most disturbing, its clinical assessment of human physiology. It wasn't just studying our bodies, she explained, voice hollow. It was studying our minds, our emotions, our social structures, like an anthropologist observing a primitive tribe. Night had fully descended by the time we spotted the glow of the camp lanterns through the trees. Ethan rushed to meet us, relief evident on his face. Thank God, he said, helping support Sarah. Marcus radioed for emergency extraction. Chopper should be here by dawn. Inside the main tent, Marcus lay on a field cot, his arm splinted and bandaged, his face pale but alert. You actually went after it, he said when he saw me. Damn fool move. It worked, I replied, collapsing into a camp chair. The exhaustion of the day suddenly hit me like a physical blow. What exactly are we dealing with here? Ethan asked, looking between Sarah and me. I exchanged a glance with Sarah, who gave a slight nod. They deserved to know. For the next hour, we debriefed the team, describing our encounters and the disturbing implications. Marcus listened silently, his expression growing grimmer with each detail. Ethan interrupted frequently with questions, his scientific mind trying to categorize and understand what defied conventional explanation. So they're what? Aliens? Ethan finally asked. I don't think our categories apply, Sarah said quietly. They exist here, but differently, like they're partially in our reality and partially elsewhere. Interdimensional entities, Marcus suggested. There have been theories about this for decades. Beings that can move between realities like we move between rooms. Whatever they are, they're intelligent and organized, I added. And they're studying us systematically. For what purpose? Ethan pressed. No one had an answer to that. The possibilities were too numerous and too frightening to contemplate. As the others prepared for sleep, I took first watch, positioning myself near the perimeter with a clear view of the surrounding forest. The night was unnaturally quiet again, no wildlife sounds penetrating the thick silence. About an hour into my watch, a soft voice spoke from behind me. You feel it too, don't you? I turned to find Sarah standing there, wrapped in a thermal blanket. You should be resting, I said. She ignored my concern, settling beside me. Ever since it touched my mind, I can sense them. Not clearly, just awareness, like shadows at the edge of vision. I'd been experiencing something similar, a persistent sensation of being watched, of presences just beyond perception. I'd attributed it to nerves, to the stress of our situation, but Sarah's confirmation sent a chill through me. How many? I asked. She closed her eyes, concentrating. Close by? Just the one we encountered. But farther out, dozens, maybe hundreds. Spread thin, but communicating somehow. A network, I suggested. Sharing information. Sarah nodded slowly. About us. They're learning everything. Our physiology, our technology, our social structures, our military capabilities. For what? Invasion? She opened her eyes, and in the dim light, I could see genuine fear there. I don't think they need to invade, Jack. They're already here, have been for, I don't know how long. Years? Decades? They move among us, observing, collecting data. Then what's the end game? Sarah pulled the blanket tighter around her shoulders. When scientists study a species in the wild, what's usually the reason? Conservation, I replied, remembering the creature's words. Or to determine if it's a threat to the ecosystem. Exactly. She looked out into the darkness of the forest. I think they're deciding what to do with us. The implications hung in the air between us, too monstrous to fully articulate. If Sarah was right, if these entities were conducting a global assessment of humanity, then our encounter wasn't just a cryptid hunt gone wrong. It was first contact with an intelligence that viewed us as specimens to be studied and categorized. We need to report this, I said finally. All of it. No censoring, no softening the blow. Sarah laughed bitterly. And who exactly will believe us? You know how these reports get processed. Redacted, classified, buried. Then we go public, I suggested. Internet, media, whatever it takes. And say what? That shape-shifting interdimensional beings are studying humanity like lab rats? We'd be laughingstocks at best, committed at worst. She was right, of course. The truth was too fantastic, too terrifying for public consumption. And yet the alternative, silence, seemed like betrayal. There's something else, Sarah said after a long pause. Something I didn't mention in the debrief. I turned to look at her, noting the tension in her jaw, the way her hands trembled slightly despite her efforts to control them. When it was in my mind, I saw outcomes, projections, different scenarios for humanity's future based on their findings. She swallowed hard. In most of them, we don't survive. Not as we are now. What do you mean? They don't think we're viable long-term. Too aggressive, too destructive, too unpredictable. In their assessment, we're a failed evolutionary branch, or worse, a potential threat to other consciousnesses. My mouth went dry. And what happens to species that get classified that way? Sarah met my gaze directly. Management, containment, or removal. The night seemed to grow colder around us, the darkness deeper. Out in the forest, something moved, just a shadow shifting between trees, too quick to identify. But it was enough to confirm what we already knew. The hunt had never been ours. We had always been the prey. Dawn broke with the distant sound of helicopter rotors. Our extraction was approaching, bringing with it decisions that would shape not just our lives but potentially the future of human awareness about what shared our world. We packed camp quickly, efficiently, the routine motions a welcome distraction from the weight of knowledge we now carried. Marcus was able to move with assistance, his injuries stabilized but still serious. Ethan maintained a nervous vigilance, jumping at every sound from the forest. Sarah had fallen silent, her eyes constantly scanning our surroundings as if she could see things the rest of us couldn't. Perhaps she could. LZ in 5, I announced, shouldering my pack. Standard formation, Sarah and I on point, Ethan supporting Marcus. And our report? Marcus asked quietly, his voice carrying only to my ears. I hesitated. Full disclosure. Everything we saw, everything we learned, he nodded grimly. They'll bury it. You know that. Maybe, I conceded. But it's on record. And if more encounters occur, when, he corrected, when more encounters occur, we moved out, following the GPS coordinates to the extraction point, a larger clearing about a half-mile from our camp. The forest seemed less oppressive in the daylight, but the unnatural silence persisted, a constant reminder that we were being observed. Halfway to the LZ, Sarah suddenly stopped, her hand flying to her temple. What is it? I asked, moving to her side. It's communicating again, she whispered, eyes unfocused. Not just the one we met. Others. They know we're leaving. They're discussing us. What are they saying? Ethan asked, his scientific curiosity overriding his fear. Sarah closed her eyes, concentrating. They're divided. Some think we should be contained immediately, others want more study. They're voting on our fate. A chill ran through me. Like a committee deciding conservation policy. Yes, she agreed. Exactly like that. Can you communicate back? Marcus asked. Tell them we're not a threat? Sarah shook her head. It's one way. I can receive but not transmit. And even what I receive is fragmented, filtered through concepts I can understand. We continued moving, more urgently now, the distant sound of the helicopter growing louder. The clearing appeared ahead, sunlight breaking through in a perfect circle, as if deliberately designed as a landing zone. As we stepped into the open space, I felt it, that same sensation of being watched, but stronger now, more focused. I turned slowly, scanning the tree line, and there it was. Not just one creature, but 3 of them, standing motionless at the forest edge, their black eyes fixed on us. Don't react, I said quietly to the others, but we have company. 3 o'clock at the edge of the clearing. No one turned to look, but I felt the tension spike among our group. What do they want? Ethan whispered. To see us off, Sarah replied, her voice distant. To mark us. Mark us? Marcus repeated. What does that mean? Sarah touched her wounded arm, where the strange substance had accelerated her healing. They've tagged us, like biologists tag wildlife. They can track us now. The helicopter appeared over the mountain ridge, its silhouette growing larger as it approached the clearing. The creatures remained motionless, watching. They're letting us go, I realized aloud. This is a controlled release. Back into our natural habitat, Marcus said bitterly. To be observed in our normal environment. The helicopter descended, kicking up dust and pine needles as it touched down. The side door slid open, revealing 2 tactical team members in full gear, weapons at the ready, standard extraction protocol for compromised operations. As we moved toward the helicopter, Sarah suddenly gripped my arm. They've reached a decision, she said, her voice barely audible over the rotor noise. And, I prompted, helping Marcus toward the waiting aircraft. Continued observation, limited intervention. They're concerned about our trajectory but not ready to classify us as non-viable. Not yet. How generous of them, I muttered. We boarded quickly, the tactical team helping Marcus onto a secured stretcher. As the helicopter lifted off, I looked back at the clearing. The creatures had moved forward, now standing in full view, their strange forms unmistakable in the morning light. They made no attempt to hide, to disguise their presence. They wanted us to see them, to know they were there. One of them, the one we'd encountered at the cave, I was certain, raised a clawed hand in what might have been a gesture of farewell. Or perhaps warning. Holy shit, one of the extraction team breathed, spotting the creatures. What the hell are those? The real owners of this planet? Sarah said quietly. Just checking on their property. As we gained altitude, the creatures receded to dark specks, then vanished entirely beneath the forest canopy. But their presence lingered, a shadow now permanently etched into our awareness of the world. The debriefing back at headquarters was predictably frustrating. Our accounts were recorded, samples taken, medical examinations performed, particularly on Sarah's unnaturally healed wound. But the responses from superiors were non-committal at best, dismissive at worst. Unidentified cryptid species, possibly a new bear variant with neurological abnormalities causing bipedal movement, the official report concluded. Victims likely killed by same animal. Team experienced hallucinations possibly induced by environmental toxins, requiring further investigation. They took tissue samples from Sarah's arm, blood work from all of us, and our field notes. Everything disappeared into classified storage. Our encounter reduced to a footnote in an ongoing catalog of unexplained phenomena. Told you, Marcus said as we sat in the debriefing room after being officially released from the mission. Standard procedure: deny, rationalize, compartmentalize. But they have evidence, Ethan protested. Sarah's arm, the photos, our testimony. Evidence can be interpreted many ways, I said. Or it can simply disappear. Sarah hadn't spoken since our return, her eyes distant, focused on something none of us could see. When she finally broke her silence, her words chilled me to the bone. They're everywhere, she whispered. Once you know how to look, you can see them. Watching, waiting, assessing. What do we do with this knowledge? Ethan asked, looking between us. It was the question we'd all been avoiding. What responsibility did we have? To warn humanity? To prepare for whatever management these entities might eventually decide upon? Or to simply carry this burden silently, knowing that speaking out would likely result in our discreditation or worse? We keep hunting, I said finally. We document, we collect evidence, and we find others who've had encounters, build a case they can't ignore. Marcus nodded. Or Barry, Ethan added pessimistically. Sarah's gaze finally focused, settling on each of us in turn. We don't have much time, she said. Their assessment is ongoing, but they're concerned about our trajectory, our environmental impact, our potential for interstellar travel, our weapons development. How do you know this? Marcus asked, voicing the question we'd all been thinking. She touched her temple. They're still there. Whispers at the edge of consciousness. I don't think it will ever go away now. The implications were staggering. If Sarah had become some kind of receiver for their communications, she was both our greatest asset and potentially our greatest liability. How long before our superiors noticed? How long before she became a specimen herself? We stick together, I said firmly. Watch each other's backs. And we prepare. For what? Ethan asked. I thought of the creature's words in the forest, its clinical assessment of humanity as specimens to be studied, categorized, and potentially managed. For the day they make their final decision about us, I replied. One way or another. As we left headquarters that evening, I cast a final glance back at the nondescript government building that housed our unit. In a window on the top floor, a figure stood watching us. Tall, still, its proportions just slightly wrong. It raised a hand in that same gesture I'd seen in the clearing. I blinked and it was gone. Just a shadow, a trick of the light. Or so I told myself. But I knew better now. We all did. The things they hide away, even from the people trained to deal with them, were no longer hidden from us. We had seen behind the veil, and the knowledge would haunt us forever. I was never one to scare easy. But now, I understood that fear wasn't always about what you could see or hear. Sometimes, it was about knowing, truly knowing that you were being watched, studied, evaluated, and that the verdict was still out on humanity's future.